It's a group of people who look like they're, there's going to be some cohesion here. So, there's some people have I like the idea. I don't love a lot of the characters in it. I want to win. I hate My theory is if you hate the Islamic Republic that badly, you'll sign up for some of this stuff. And, we just need a win. So I want to go to my friend Massa here, and I want to talk about the coalition, Massa, really quickly. Jason, we're going to get back to some stuff that I have some questions for you and some stuff that people DM me to ask you. And you can also talk about this, but Massa, I want to go to you really quickly. You were a big fan of this thing. I mean, Masih Alinejad pretty well. She's a friend of yours. Y'all hang out. You go to do interviews and stuff like that. So what are your thoughts, Massa? You like this?
I think, hello to everyone. So I think that after the 100th day, the mark of the 100th day of this revolution,
I believe
people
that
in Iran
people in
tried their
Iran
best.
tried their best.
We've we're now
We've
past phase
we're now
one,
past
which
phase
was
one,
people
which
getting on the
was
streets
people getting on the
and
streets and
protesting.
protesting.
Many have been
Many have
arrested.
been
Unfortunately,
arrested. Many have been,
killed. So I
killed.
believe that from
So I
inside
believe that
Iran,
from
people
inside
have
Iran,
done
people have done
what they
what
they
they
could.
they
So
could.
it was up to
So it
us
was
outside
up
of
to
Iran
us outside of
to make a
Iran
move and
to make
take
a
this to the
move
second
and take
phase,
this to the second
which
phase,
was to
which
create
was to
something. Now
create
I know that
something. Now
people are
I know that
very
people are very
they don't want the
they
word
don't want
coalition
the word
to be
coalition to
put it on
be
this thing,
put it
but
on
this
this thing. But this
agreement, whatever you want to name it,
whatever you want to name it,
it just came
it just
to
came to
pretty much
pretty
um,
much um,
give some hope to
give
people
some
inside
hope
Iran
to people
that
inside Iran
outside of Iran,
inside of
we're
Iran
doing our best
we're
from
doing our best
Kurdistan to
from
Balochistan,
Kurdistan
from
to
north to south.
Balochistan, from
So
north to
now
south. So
we're actually
now
seeing some
we're actually
unity
seeing some
happening outside
unity
of Iran
happening
too. So
outside
I
of
think
Iran
this
too.
sends a
So I
great
think this
message to
sends a
them.
great message to them.
It came out at the right
It came out at the
timing,
right
and
timing,
just like
and
you,
just like you,
I
I
don't
may
like
not,
one of the
I don't
characters.
like one of the characters, to be honest with you, that was on this thing, but regardless, I may not like someone, but they have to, they have to contribute in the society. It's not about me liking them or not. So I think generally it was a great idea. It came at the right timing because I personally don't think that a coalition of different parties is the smartest idea because um, the parties kind of clash, and it's just not the smartest idea. It's the people coming from the parties and forming a unity. It makes more sense because they can have some um, ground understandings and kind of um, unify. That's it, and I liked it. Me and my husband,
Yeah.
cried when we saw the tweets coming out.
Yeah, I think that's what it's really about. Like I said, I mean, I said it earlier. Like some people who are really against the idea of, you don't want to call it a coalition, you don't have to, but at least it's like Iranians becoming more unified. Like maybe you're on the political right or the political left. If you're a fan of Ahmed Esmailion, you're probably on the left more. If you're a fan of Shahzadeh, I certainly am. You're more on the right. But when it comes to Iran, there should be no political differences here. We like Iran isn't a political matter. It's this doesn't serve the interests of anybody. What I really like about it is just like I hate the Islamic Republic this much, and you should too. And if you hate them this much, well, then you'll do anything to get rid of them. It was always about getting to a referendum to get rid of the Islamic Republic and then elect somebody. Okay, so let's just figure out a way to get there. I don't really care. I mean, if you said bad things about Hamed Esmaili, and if you said bad things about Masih Nishad, maybe it takes you a week to kind of walk that back and forget about it. But I mean, I don't like. If we're being frank, I don't love Hamed Esmaili. I don't love Masih Nijad, but I hate the Islamic Republic that badly. Like we got to figure this thing out. So let's go to a couple people, and then my friend Piotr is here. Good to see you, Piotr. We have some questions. I want to get to more of a geopolitical thing and some questions on Iran. I want to ask both you and Jason, and I also see Josh here. Good to see you, Josh. So really quickly, I want to go to.
I
Go
also
ahead,
have a
Massa.
question for Jason after, please.
No, go ask him
Okay,
right
so
now, and then I'll tell the people.
it's about this news that came out today, And apparently, there was a anti-Semitic attack in Germany a few maybe weeks ago, and right now they found out that the Islamic Republic actually, the IRGC, had something to do with it. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. I was wondering how could that help with the EU potentially putting the IRGC on the terrorist list.
Yeah, I'm very familiar about it. There have been a series of arson or attempted arson attacks on not just one but several synagogues in Germany, and it's a very serious situation. And the German law enforcement is taking it extremely seriously. I think that my friends who are Iranian activists in Germany have been working with the Jewish community to, coalesce around a push to use this to as just yet another data point in favor of adding the IRGC to the terror list. But again, the roadblock is that is France, and I think that and I've been advising them, and I think that France had a very serious issue not too long ago where there was an attempted assassination of Bernard Henri Lévy, who's also a French national, also happens to be Jewish, and there was an attempted murder of him in Paris using an Iranian drug dealer. The Quds Force contracted this out to a drug cartel. So anyway, France still, I don't think, is moved by this, by that need. Again, it relates to the Hezbollah issue and France's traditional cautiousness here. There's also an issue with respect to how an organization is designated as a terrorist entity in the EU. There's a legal issue, like in Canada. There is some discussion, or I guess debate, over whether there has been the threshold that has been met according to EU Council regulations as to whether there's a court order or an investigation that provides the grounding and the predicate to list the IRGC as a terror organization. So again, I know this sounds very bureaucratic and like a lame excuse, but this is the EU is operates by the law, and so my and what I have suggested to people I speak with in this space is that you might want to consider amending the council regulations, like Canada should do this as well, to really make it less cumbersome to add an entity to the terror organization, because the issue is there's more than in the United States there is more than enough court verdicts, investigations that have been done on the IRGC for over decades. We have an indictment from just this August of an IRGC murder for hire scheme against a former U.S. national security advisor. That should count. But my understanding is the EU courts of justice are how shall I say this, don't necessarily have automatic reciprocity with U.S. Criminal procedure in this regard. So this is this is a lot of the legal hangup with respect to the EU and the Canada regulations, and so this has been one of the issues, in addition to some other aspects that I discussed earlier with respect to France and Hezbollah. But these are some things that have been discussed in capitals that have really bogged down the discussion. So that's what I would say on that point.
Thanks for that,
Thank you.
Jason. All right, let's get to some hands. Mariam, I think you had your hand up first, then we'll go to Neda. So Mariam, what's up?
Yeah, hi. Thank you. So, first of all, I'm glad to be here and got the chance to talk to all of you. I think I have some sort of different opinion, which I hope will make the conversation more interesting, because well, I'm interested in just making dialogues about the AKA coalition. Well, what I believe is that the question is not if we need a coalition or not, because we kind of, all of us, some sort of believe at this point that we do need some sort of pressure from outside of Iran, a coalition of parties or people who can be more effective, more efficient. So that's, I believe, is not in question anymore. But the question for me is how we are going to do it and what standards should it meet. And I think it's also the question for so many other people, as we have seen. Well, from the reactions to the tweets, I think from the posting of the tweets, the announcements, until the interview, which Ahmed, Messi, and also Mr. Muhtadi were there. The reactions were all understandable for me, because it's something that, well, it was still so unclear. It was just a tweet, so um, I was totally in favor of people just talking about it and bringing it into discussion, see what it is and what's not. And well, Messi cleared it to some point in her interview. She explained that it's an act of union for them at this point, and seeing if they are interested in more people joining them until a coalition can be made. Well, so what I wanted to say is that I heard one other one of the speakers before saying that we Iranians kind of have the habit of criticizing everything. I think that is not true about political arguments, political questions, because here is where that you should ask, you should demand, you should put things into discussion. And it's not as well, it's not trying to ruining something, rather being more creative to see if we can, well, I myself am in favor of making this plan that we all have better, but some people also see some other plans, which I mean, I don't hate to at least hear it. So I think we all should have that tolerance to be able to let people to be more creative, because it's the time for them to speak right now. And there are some standards that a coalition should make. We all might know that up to some point. First of all, Massa mentioned that she thinks a coalition between people could be more useful rather than parties. What I know as far as that a coalition usually is made between parties, political parties, and not people. And I think that's kind of, I mean, it's just my assumption, but being in favor of people rather than parties kind of means, to me, it means trying to eliminate some voices, because inside of a party there could be different opinions, and wanting just one person from that party, or like just not just a person from not any party, and not being in favor of political parties, and have this a different range from also not seeing it like right or left, rather a
Right.
range between them. Yeah. So I think that's I myself am in favor of parties rather than people. And there are some questions that should be asked, like what are their plans? and what they're going to do, right? Well,
Right. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Mariam. Yeah, go ahead, finish up, and we'll go to some other speakers. Go ahead.
Yeah. So they briefly talk about women's rights, ethnic, religious, or other minorities in Iran, but there should be a plan, and people have the right to know it before they kind of accept something. And some other opinions of mine is that some other thoughts that I had about this is that it's already starting to be called a right-wing coalition, and I think we all in our in the Iranian culture, we all have this like tendency to not to have the tolerance, not to give time to other people to speak, and not to let them to express their own ideas. And I think in this regard, it would not be in favor
Right.
of what we're going to do.
Right. Thank you, Mariam. Yeah, good points. We'll revisit them later, and then if you have some additional thoughts, you can add them on. I have just briefly speaking, when it comes to the idea of a coalition, I mean, you guys know some of the players here. I mean, my favorite. I mean, I'm a supporter. I'm a follower of Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi. Right. He's just somebody I agree with, and if he tells me this is what we're doing. If you call yourself a follower of the Crown Prince, then follow the Crown Prince. I don't know why this is so hard. I mean, for me, I don't really care at this point. I'm really excited to see some momentum built here. I don't think there's a lot of political problems, or people are making it look like these are rival factions joining groups. These people don't dislike each other. If there's a problem, it's because the followers of these groups, maybe we don't dislike each other. There's a lot of people who like Hamed Esmaili, and I don't like them. I don't like their politics, and they're just not in favor of me. But I don't care when it comes to Iran. Iran is not a right versus left thing. It's this Islamic Republic is that bad. We just got to figure out a way to make it work. I think that's the best part about this is, anybody who wanted to see Iranians fail, they would always say that we just don't know how to unite. We can't get along together. We're always going to fight with each other. But it's like measures like this that make you really happy, because it's like we're just going to have to figure it out. So, Jason, what do you think about this? Generally speaking, I mean, I know Jason's going to say, well, it's not up to me to decide. It's not up to anybody here. It's up to the Iranian people. I know he's going to say this, but Jason, generally speaking, I mean, as it relates to increasing our odds here, you think this is a real momentum builder? You see this happening? I don't know where this is going to go. I don't know if it's going to materialize, but generally speaking, you think I just like the fact that something is happening, right? I get really nervous when nothing happens and something is happening. So what do you think, Jason?
I agree. I think I was very happy to see the coordinated message for the new year that was put out from the Crown Prince, Masi, and others. I thought it sent a very meaningful signal to so many Iranians that I have spoken with, it really heartened them, and that was very important, just from my perspective. Look, I understand there's like a little bit of nervousness and about or skittishness about the concept of a coalition, and it doesn't even have to be used. I don't even necessarily know if it's a coalition. I would say, there could be different roles in a group like this. There could be a leader, and then there could be amplifiers, and they're not everyone is necessarily going to be equal. That doesn't have to happen in terms of roles and responsibilities. And so whoever they want to be the leader of this coalition, that's up to the Iranian people and the Iranian diaspora. Okay, but I'm saying that when I think that there's that when people hear the concept coalition, what may make them nervous is that, well, that means there's going to have to be all of this kind of power sharing, and we're going to get drowned out, and I don't trust this one, and I don't trust that one. That doesn't necessarily have to be the case. There could be an agreed upon leader, and then there could be amplifiers and influencers under them. And so that's a structure to keep in mind here. And I would also stress this: politics of addition, not subtraction. And that is important in terms of getting your message across. I think that there is broad, widespread consensus that the Islamic Republic has to go among the Iranian people and the Iranian diaspora. That's a given. But getting to the next step is the key. And to get to that next step, in my view, you have to look at it through the lens of politics of addition, and that's just how I would kind of advise you in that respect. And I don't want to make I know that can make some people a little skeptical and nervous at first glance, but it doesn't have to be that way. I think that you should look at the fact that there is communication, obviously, in terms of the coordinated message that we saw. That's important. And you know, as an observer, a longtime observer of Iran, and I'm an analyst, I can tell you, I see and hear the videos and the Iranians that I speak with, and it is undeniable that the Crown Prince has a huge base of support. I completely agree with that. But I think that to get to that next step, there needs to be some kind of framework, call it a framework, an organized framework with a consolidated mission I think it would empower the Iranian people to have a vehicle for that framework to represent them to the international community. That would just kind of be my observations.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, let's get to a few hands. Neda, I see you, and then we'll go to I believe it was Tina, then Piotr. So go ahead, Neda.
Hi, I just wanted to mention a couple things real quickly. I'm really glad that the coalition, or whatever you want to call it, happened, and I wish that it happened sooner because if you think about it, this is the first time in the past 43 years that something like this even happens at all. Like even if it's just a coordinated identical message, like at the same time, like we haven't had anything close to this in the past 43 years. And I think that, as far as the concerns about the individual people in there go, I don't think anybody expects, I don't think there's this expectation that we should, like, love every single one of them. I think the important thing is that collectively they represent us. And if we didn't have them, who would be our voice? Like, would be people or organizations like NIAC that would, frame themselves as like voice of Iranians or whatever. So this is really good, and I'm also about the thing where it's usually
No,
said.
your voice is coming across really robust. Try again. You usually come across much clearer. Try again. Go ahead.
Is it better now?
Yeah. It sounds a lot better. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think as far as the thing where people say that coalition is between parties and not people, I think in this case, in my opinion, it's better that it's between people because we just don't have the luxury to wait all that time to form parties because every day that we wait, someone else gets in prison, someone else gets executed. But the sooner something like this is done, that we send a more clear message out there.
Right. Thank you. Neda, yeah, I'm having a lot of issues with your audio. Maybe try leaving and coming back. It's coming across extremely muffled. I know you're using like a voice changer or something, but let's try that again. So leave and come back and I'll get you back up here. No problem. Okay. This is interesting. I mean, I want to make this a quick comment when it comes to it. Why I like the idea of a coalition is just like, I'm going to say when you look at the Islamic Republic, it does look like a daunting task. I mean, you got this entire infrastructure. They're all together. They're on the same side. They've got guns. They've got tanks. Okay, so I just think we need a lot more people. It was never about if I liked Hamid Esmailian. It was never about if I like, and I don't love these people, but I don't hate these people. I don't love these people, but if they're going to increase my likelihood to win, if their base is of hundreds of thousands of people, maybe they're politically different from me, that's okay. Like I said this earlier, I'm going to keep saying it. Some of you people have to ask yourselves, do you hate the Islamic Republic enough? Do you hate the Islamic Republic enough? And if you do, then you'll have no problem uniting with people that are a little bit politically different from me. We're not talking about uniting with Islamists or Mariam Rajavi. We're talking about uniting with just like, I don't know, just hundreds of thousands of more people who want our goal. Let's get to this referendum. I have political differences with you. You have political differences with me. I'm going to get a vote. You're going to get a vote. And when we want to have those debates, we're going to have those debates. But that's what we got to look forward to. And like, this is maybe something that Iranians needed for once, because I think some of us are just kind of stuck in our own ways and we don't know how to process this. But I think most of us are on board. And I think most Iranians are going to get on board because we hate the Islamic Republic. You have to keep saying that. If someone is unclear, if someone doesn't know, ask them, how much do you hate the Islamic Republic? And do you hate them enough to put maybe your minor petty differences aside? I hate the Islamic Republic that much. Okay. Tina, go ahead, and then we're going to go to Piotr.
Hi, thanks. Yes, I like to say, I mean, look at democratic countries, look at the United States, at any European country. If you like to do a coalition with all parties, so definitely there should be some talks and people would be disappointed. So, I mean, United States, Republicans wouldn't agree with Democrats, Democrats wouldn't agree with Republicans. So we got this really, the big situation that we need to get rid of our evil republic regime in Iran. So that's why we need to, get along all together. And I think we do that. There was, I think it was Mariam, she mentioned that she sees it like the coalition, which is like more right wing or something. I would say, whatever we call it, those people, actually, it's more leftist, I would say. I mean, look at Masi, look at Hamed Esmailion. They are definitely more leftist. Golshifter, she is definitely more leftist. And even like, I think Reza Pahlavi is seen by leftists as right. And he's, I would say, like me for myself, I see lots of fans of Pahlavi, Shahzadeh. They are not right wings, but they see him as the only person who really has got a clean history, who never worked with Nayak, who never had like any relationships with Nayakis or Islamic Republic regime. That's it. And what we really need now is to be united for Iranians in Iran. It's really also not about us diaspora. Whatever we do here is for our families, for people in Iran. And the point that my last point that it doesn't need to be like parties. I mean, the parties are in Iran. We are not looking for opposition parties abroad. I mean, I don't know any opposition party here abroad, and we don't want this revolution to get hijacked. So we know that all the parties and actually the political figures, they are in Evin prison, they are in Iran. And what we need here are really like honest voices for the people in Iran, for a referendum that will be done, from people who really unite us abroad and mainly unite Iranians in Iran. And then when the referendum comes, so all the political parties will be in Iran and they can decide for themselves. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Kept it short and sweet. I love it. Okay, Piotr, what you think? I mean, Piotr had actually a good poll. He got like 4,000 votes on it. It's funny. It cracked me up because like anytime there's a figure like a Jason or a Piotr, somebody who's just like, I guess doesn't look like they're Iranian, and they put a poll out there, Iranians swarm to try to like, because they think like they're getting their opinion out to Western audiences, and they are. And I remember he posted a poll saying, what do you want to see? Who do Iranians support? And it looked like 80% of the people said Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi. So it always cracks me up whenever we're in his spaces or other people's. They're like, don't forget. But Piotr, generally speaking, what do you think of this coalition? We always talk about how we're going to get by the Islamic Republic. Well, we talk a lot about concrete stuff. Well, we need this. We need sanctions. We need these designations. We need like this kind of support. But what do you think about this? You know who a lot of Iranians support. But do you think this gives us a greater chance of at least moving forward, getting something done putting more pressure on these Islamic Republic. What do you think, Piotr?
I think it's a good initial step. As I said in a couple of other, and thanks for having a civil and respectful space where people can actually speak. But I think it's a good step because, as I say, I know a fraction of the intricate details, the names or individuals like Jason does. But what I do know is some, certain commonalities and themes that are applicable to any sort of power transitional, governmental transitional moment, right? And that is the same in Iran, right? You need a clear, well-defined collective group of people who you may not like them all, you may not, support their intricate policy ideas or ideologies, but you stand on the fact that they offer a much better alternative to the current incumbent, i.e., the Islamic Republic. So this coalition is made up of, a lot of people that I'm not overtly, greatly familiar with, but they offer a substantive alternative and for once begin to initiate the sort of the thinking about what does a post-revolutionary Iran look like. Will it be made up of parliamentarian system? Will it be a constitutional democracy? The sort of things that I asked in my poll to try and just gauge very, very crudely. It's only a poll on Twitter and people were attacking sort of like, oh, it's representative of Iranians across the country. No, it's not. It's like, well, it's not meant to be, but it's supposed to give an idea of what a lot of Iranians who do use Twitter, be them in Iran or not, feel about this. And quite clearly there's a desire for the Crown Prince to come back in some capacity, but equally for sort of a transitionary and sort of coalition of other people. So I think it's a good step because it legitimizes the sort of opposition to a certain extent and brings in, to your point and someone else's, the role of the diaspora and those of Iranians who are in the country, because you've got to have everybody on the same page, and that's increasingly the case. We've never seen the diaspora this proactive and unified on really, this is crunch time, this is the moment. So I think it's a really good start. And then I'll land with the last point, which is that you can look at Libya as a really good example of what it takes to create an effective power transition. Now, the situation in Libya is very different to Iran, and arguably I think Iran would actually be more successful because it's more of a established state with a bigger history, more functional sort of system before, right? Whilst Libya's had a lot of issues in the past. But basically, you had this transitional government established with the help of Western or UN or whoever it was in the first place. And whilst they've continued to have resistances because of factions within the country, you wouldn't have that issue in Iran. And you'd also have the ability to, it took them a few years in Libya, but they did eventually hold elections. And again, to the point is that you can get this transitionatory phase into process or in implementation rather, and I think it could then yield quite a successful outcome. Again, you have to do some more intricate paving the way. You need a framework, as Jason says. You need a roadmap of what do you want to achieve by what date. How do you want to go about doing that? Who do you want to be holding what type of roles? Relevant actors you need to identify, stakeholders, civil society, diaspora, academics, professor, whatever it is. People who are a bit more, of a progressive mind, women, obviously. All these stakeholders need to be involved in that process if it's truly going to be a sustainable and representative government that took over.
Right. Thank you for that. Hey, I want to pivot over to some stuff that, some people, I have some backed up questions for you and Jason. But Jason, I have a question for you. When I look at this, let's call it a coalition, whatever. The reason I liked it is because I think that it would give Iranians more momentum if individual successes were also attributed to a larger group. So I'll give you an example. When Nazanin Boniadi goes and speaks in front of the UN, she does a fantastic job. I mean, this was a great moment for Iranians. But I think that moment should be attributed to Nazanin Boniadi, and it would be nice if it was attributed to this group, right? She's part of this group, so that group gets credibility and recognition, and it's we're building momentum. Shahzada Reza Pahlavi talks to all of these MPs. Obviously, everything he does is going to be a success for himself, but I also think it would be good if it's like a win for this group. Same thing with Masih Alinejad, same thing with Hamid. When they do individual things, I feel like I look at this sometimes and I'm like, well, yeah, Iranians are benefiting because they're amplifying their voices. But would it be nice if it was like, these successes were attributed to this larger organization? That larger group gets more credibility. That larger group it just amplifies the voice louder. It delegitimizes the Islamic Republic more. What do you think about this, Jason? For some of these people, for some of these MPs, Congress, how do you think they receive this? As opposed to just receiving a Nazanin Bonyadi or an Ali Karimi, which was what we've been seeing, they just individually receive them. Does this change the calculus of their equation when they're representing some sort of a group? Or do you think at the end of the day, when we don't have a roadmap, when we don't have a set list of goals and stuff like that, this is just a nice group of people who agree with each other, but it's nothing more than that? What do you think, Jason?
If you had a unified, let me call it framework around these individuals with an organized framework, I think it would be a game changer. I really do. I think it would be a game changer in the Western perception of the alternative to the Islamic Republic. And the reason why I say this is because oftentimes you hear the regime, and sometimes witting or unwittingly, some Western media and observers will speak about how divided the opposition is, how divided the diaspora is, and it's almost a very dismissive way of writing you off. And if you had an answer to that, saying we are not divided, we are united against the Islamic Republic of Iran, that would be a very powerful message in Western capitals, I think. I mean, one thing that my organization has been, thinking about is the idea of even having the Western government sponsoring a conference for the Iranian people, where we would have these figures come and organize themselves in this framework, where there could be a leader and then influencers or amplifiers. That's the exact mechanism and the exact power structure. That's up to the Iranian people and the Iranian diaspora. But I think providing the platform for the Iranian people would be a huge boon to doing that. And you want to know who could pay for it? We could use some of the regime's frozen funds and bank accounts abroad. That's how it should be paid for. And all the Western governments have to do is provide the platform for it. And I think that could be a very interesting idea to explore.
Yeah, just to jump on that point, what Jason's saying is really, like, again, from a sort of but this is a truly good example of where multilateralism is very powerful, and the role of a UN sort of envoy, not a US envoy like Mali, but a UN envoy which is more reflective of the sort of global sentiments that the Iranian people themselves. We've had this happen in the past, where they've been put forward by other entities, right, to represent the country, would be very significant, and finding a way to really hold it as an international sort of we've seen this with Belarus, right? They've had basically a government in exile since the elections a couple of years ago, and whilst Belarus isn't exactly the same sort of level of severity, you've got basically an internationally recognized group who are the government and who want it, and they've been leveraged at various independent conferences or places, which I think would make for a really, really effective method. So I think Jason's really on a good point there.
And I just want to add one other thing. And when I say the frozen funds, look, those frozen funds are the Iranian people's money. Okay, let's make that very clear, and that is why we'll have dealing there will be a legal challenge probably, and from the Islamic Republic to using those funds. Of course, it'll drive them crazy, but with good lawyering in Western governments, we can be creative in this sense, because we're doing it with Russia, with their assets and using some of the frozen Russian assets for the reconstruction of Ukraine. So we should be thinking creatively like this. And I think that it would be a huge empowerment and motivator for the Iranian people who are in the country and are every day risking their lives.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, I want to go to some other speakers. Guys, if you can, you're enjoying the space, go ahead, follow Jason, follow Piotr, follow all the speakers here, and give it a retweet. I want to get this out. Probably going to be here for another hour, hour and a half, and I want to get to some new topics here. Get off the coalition, talk about more in-depth stuff about Iran, but I got a lot of hands, so let's get to them. But go ahead and share the space, and I want to go to my friend Massa, and then we'll go back to Mariam, and then to some other people, and then we're going to switch gears here. Go ahead, Massa.
I just wanted to bring up a point that I think it's really not fair to call Prince Reza Pahlavi a right-winger, because this man is very Democrat and he's very, like, he doesn't fit the right-wing ideology, to be really honest with you. So that really turns my stomach when you guys actually refer to him as a right-winger, because he really isn't. And even his wife refers to him as the best feminist that she's ever met. So do not call this man a right-winger. He's not a right-winger.
Yeah, I think what people like about him is what I liked about his dad is he's just a nationalistic figure, and there's nothing wrong when you talk about nationalism as it relates to Iran. What we hate so much when we look at Iran, what I hate so much is that this is not even a country for Iranians. This is a country for if you're a Shia rebel in southern, you fight for Hezbollah, or you're a Shia rebel in wherever. Name wherever, Yemen. Those people matter more than Iranians. You can't go celebrate, Nowruz. You see these guys celebrating Nowruz. Khamenei only has like a Quran and like a picture of Khomeini. When we talk about nationalism, people get afraid of this word, but that's what I think Reza Pahlavi represents to a lot of Iranians. It's just like something to say that it's okay to be Iranian and like you should be proud of this. But these people say like they hate being Iranian. Actually, they see as the one biggest threat to their overthrow is that like anybody who's afraid to be Iranian, you're a threat to us. So do not go to this tomb of Cyrus the Great. And that's why you see like guys like Talabani who tried to destroy Persepolis. Thankfully, Human Chains of Iranians stopped him, but that's the way these mullahs think. So I don't think they see him as a right-winger. I think they see him as a nationalistic figure. And nationalism to some people is scary, but if you knew anything about Iran, you would know that when you're robbed of your national identity, a little bit of nationalism is very healthy. So I want to go to a couple other people. Mariam, go ahead. Rahu, go ahead, and then we'll go to Bahar. Go ahead, Mariam.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short so that everyone can talk. So I was taking some notes. I think Tina mentioned something before, and what I noticed in okay, let me get to you yourself first before. You were talking about you are just excited about that something is happening. I totally agree, but I think I also have the right to always question stuff and be kind of pessimistic about it. At least in my first reaction, is this the best thing, or do we have another option as well? And when Tina was speaking, I realized that I mean, and not only about Tina, but when I generally hear people, the term people, I feel like we should be using that more cautiously, because people refers to a very variety of different like people from different backgrounds in Iran, and we cannot really we are all united for a cause, but we have different ideologies, and I think recognizing them is actually healthy and will help the coalition that we are trying to make, because I see the improvement of it not in silencing other voices, but in hearing them. And about the right and left wing, one thing that I should mention is that when we say right, I think most of people think about the far right wing, and that's the first thing that that comes to their mind. We believe that Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi lies on the right wing. I know the German word. I don't know the English one, but like the yeah, he lies more onto that part. We're not necessarily calling him a far right person. It's the same about leftist. And one other thing that Tina also mentioned about Messi being a leftist, Messi was promoting. So I probably got that wrong, but what I was about to say about her was that she was promoting a woman who's against abortion, and I think that's not very leftist of her.
Okay, thank you for that, Mariam. Raghu, go ahead, and then we'll go to Bahar. And I want to switch gears completely. Kind of maybe we'll put a bow on the coalition thing. I have some new questions for Jason and Piotr. I want to take us to another direction with the next hour and a half we've got. Go ahead. So, Raghu, go ahead. Befama.
Hi. I have a question for Jason. We hear Nayak is changing his game. Now, if he brings his support to the coalition and they will not bring their support to the coalition totally, they will bring for a special person or a special win in that coalition. Could be a game changer that?
Thanks for that. I think. Well, let me ask you this. I guess I have a question for the room. Given the very loud and clear message that the Iranian American community has given to the United States and Western governments that they don't feel represented by NIAC, do you even think that there's a base of support that they would bring to such a I just can't even think of the constituency that they have right now. So that would be my question to you. So I don't really think. I just think that the situation has changed, and the over the last 3 months, and the constituency really has evaporated. I could be wrong, but I just don't see it. I think that I saw the tweet yesterday about regime change. Okay, that was interesting, but I think it's kind of a little late to the game here. So that being said, I'm interested to what others think about this subject, because what's the constituency?
Can I answer that or make more clear the question?
Sure.
NIAC, we are against NIAC, sure, but it is a lobby. And in the politic, there is not good or bad. In the politic, you will use the instrument you can find to go more further. And if you can use NIAC to bring down the Islamic Republic, is nothing bad on it. Today, you accept in the coalition or around the coalition, you can accept the people. Yesterday, they were with the regime and they turn back and they come to help. In the politics, we need to use all power we can. I don't see something in that bad or good. Maybe I am wrong. I am open 100% to be wrong, but it is a question is there.
Right. Thank you for that, Raghu. Bahar, go ahead.
Yeah, Raghu, NIAC is not another party we can count on that be good or bad. NIAC is directly from the regime, and we cannot negotiate with the regime directly, as they have been working for the regime for last 20 years when the Zarif established them. So how we're gonna talk to Khamenei is the same as Nayak, but they've been just changing with some diplomatic discipline way in the Western, because they use these people who have been educated in the Western, and like some of them like Jamal or Jalal or Jamal, even they cannot speak Farsi. So that's my answer to you, sir. In my opinion, we cannot deal with the regime. We're going to call to overthrow the regime itself. That's my answer to you. And I have a question for Jason. As Mr. Rose said, the Nayak has changed their narrative, actually, because they know everything is changing toward in a good way for the people of Iran, and they want to save the regime in any ways. In that case, an IRGC, we have been chanting to the Western countries and the US to put the IRGCs as a terrorist group. And we've been talking about this many times, and you've been explaining it also. And still at this time, I have no idea what is their, their principle, or to call IRGC or any group as a terrorist, as long as this group has been founding the Hashab al-Shabi, the Houthis, the Fatimiyun, the Hezbollahs, which they've been the terrorist group in the region for a long time. Besides that, there is another big reason. They have some terrorist attacks, as you mentioned them here and there, and one of them had been occurred by Asadullah Assadi, who is in prison in Belgium, if I'm not mistaken, right now, and he's sentenced for 20 years. In that case, and Assadi, I know he used to be IRGC's member before he became a diplomat, I guess. So isn't those things enough for the Western countries to announce the IRGCs as a terrorist group at this time?
Thanks for that question. It's a good one. First, just to make it clear, in the United States, the IRGC is already on every terrorism list, and that's not changing, because the president rightfully refused to take the IRGC off the terrorism list, and I commend President Biden for holding firm on that. Now, that was part of the JCPOA revival negotiations from some months ago. Now, you asked about the Asadollah Assadi case, and that's an interesting one, because Asadollah Assadi was employed by the intelligence ministry, and the intelligence ministry was the one who was running point on the attack on the MEK rally outside Paris. And so that's why using that particular case as an example as to why IRGC should be on the terrorism list, the Europeans won't accept it, because there's a court verdict that implicates Iran's intelligence ministry, which, by the way, is already on the terror list in the EU. The Information Security Directorate of the Intelligence Ministry was put on the EU terrorism list because of that case. So that would be my answer to your question. So that's why citing what happened in Paris, in that particular, or outside Paris, I should say, in that particular Assadi case, is not a useful data point to present to policymakers, because they'll say, no, that wasn't the IRGC, that was the intelligence ministry, which we've already put on the terror list.
Right. Thank you for that, Jason. So I got a quick question for you, Piotr, and then even maybe Jason, you can take a crack at it. I want to run through some of these questions, guys. I'll get to hands, but my DMs are getting flooded. Somebody asked me, they saw Netanyahu, taking back control. He's in Israel. He's the man right now. They want to know, how does this change the calculus of the equation for things in the Middle East? Piotr, what do you think about this as it relates to Netanyahu? Can we see any, some real changes as it relates to the Israelis? I look at it the other day. Somebody was talking about it, and as it relates to the Israelis, it seems like they're very set on like their own doctrine of doing things. Maybe some people see someone in Netanyahu as someone who's going to be much more aggressive as it relates to striking targets, maybe in Syria or Iraq or around the region. But generally speaking, they have a pretty good idea of what they want to do. Through their octopus doctrine. We know what this looks like. But what do you think, Piotr? Do you see any changes? How do you think this changes the calculus of the equation for the Israelis with Netanyahu and Israel? That's one of the questions I have from my DM. Somebody wants to know from you. Go ahead.
I'll separate my personal and professional opinion, or just perspectives. Bibi's not great he's good for standing up for Israeli defense, but he's not great for when it comes to perhaps more constructive conversations. The previous administration, or the Bennett-Lapid government, was quite a unique one because it consisted of a group of parties which, frankly, were completely, including sort of the United Arab List, which was frankly just the composition of that 36th cabinet was just completely dysfunctional, and but the only thing that kept them together was their mutual resentment and desire for Netanyahu not to be in power. But that's been succeeded as of December. And I think that Bibi's going to largely continue the policies that he's had up until now. Bennett was seen to be, quite of a particular perspective versus Lapid. But Bibi makes both of them look pretty, and I out into pushing Israelis' policies as hardline as he has been already. I would look at this in a couple of places, obviously over.
Having some tough times with you, Piotr. I think your connection is a little messed up.
What's happening in Iran?
Yeah, Piotr, you're having maybe it's just me. Is it just me, guys?
No, I can't.
Piotr, you're having a tough time, my friend. So I don't know if you're maybe in a tough spot. You want to leave and come back. We'll get right back to you, but we can't hear you. Jason, go ahead. I saw you raise your hand. Yeah, talk about this. Talk about Netanyahu and Israel. How does this change the calculus, the equation for things in the Middle East?
Not much. Look, I think that we have to understand something about the way Israeli policy works here. There is not going to be a substantive change in Israeli policy on Iran between Naftali Bennett and Yair Lapid and Benjamin Netanyahu. Where there will be a difference will be in tactics, tone, and methods of operating. Bibi will be more aggressive publicly, will not confine necessarily disagreements with the United States and the Biden administration to behind closed doors. That's not to say that Bennett and Lapid were didn't let it be known that they had disagreements. They did, but Bibi will be sharper in those public airing of those differences. And so that is where I think you will see the real difference. I think Bibi has this image as as a hawk, and he is, but he is risk averse. He is not, he has this risk of he's pretty risk averse when it comes to the operations that he launches, and so I think that we have to keep that in mind here. But I don't the substantive difference there will be no substantive difference in policy between Yair on Iran between Yair Lapid and Naftali Bennett and Benjamin Netanyahu. There'll be changes in tactics and tone, but not substance.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Piotr, go ahead, finish up. And then when I get to some hands, I got another question about coalition to some of the speakers. But Piotr, go ahead, finish up. We're going to switch gears.
Yeah. Sorry about that. No, what I was going to say the same to much what Jason said, that BB is hardline, and there's a significant overlap in some of their foreign policy areas as the coalition government before. But I think largely you're going to see a continuation when it comes strictly to Iran. I would watch with quite notable attention how Israel engages with Turkey. Because of Turkey's activities in the north of Syria, they are establishing a large-scale buffer zone about 30 kilometers, which is also relevant to the Kurds, and this plays into a little bit the Iranian Kurds. I know just generally the Turkish-Iranian power dynamics as well. Both have, hegemonic ambitions. Let's not forget Saudi Arabia. I would watch how Bibi engages with Erdogan, especially because both Israel and Turkey were quite prominent in the Ukrainian mediating roles as well. I don't think that will play directly into Iran's calculus per se. But given that it's a shift in policy and government, at least from Turkey's perspective, that may well influence some of the decisions that Bibi takes.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And Piotr, I really enjoyed even your space the other day. I think one of the most trickiest, stickiest, craziest kind of things to talk about right now geopolitically is that Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Iran situation. That's like the weirdest, most sensitive thing. That's very fascinating for me. I'm a big nerd when it comes to that area because that's like if you're talking about walking on a tightrope and just like, it's a region of the Middle East that, like, if you explain it to people, it would never make any sense to a lot of people. Like, you got like an Islamic Republic supporting Christian Armenians over a country that is majority Shia, but you have to break that all down. I find that I find it really fascinating. I like that a lot. Maybe you can do another space like that. Okay, let's get to some hands. Mehbanu, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Jason. Wanted to really express my gratitude. You're always there for us, and I certainly understand it's not easy dealing with, we're all emotional. So thank you for everything you're doing. I really, really believed always, and I'm not that kind of person. I was always thinking we should have a united front. It's good that this coalition happened sooner and sooner. And I'm always hearing we have a unique revolution that is leaderless, is going its way. But I believe all of us agree, based on what Jason said as well, that it helps us a lot if we have a united front. As long as we all know what is the problem, NIAC in the United States, we are dealing with it, and MEK in EU, they are just getting invited in Italy, in a Senate in Italy, they're talking. So we know the problem. We know why they are getting invited because they might think they are strong, they're lobbyists, they have money, the IRGC just getting them paid. Certainly, the idea of bringing all of them together is just, I think it's the next step. The roadmap that another speaker spoke is amazing. You have a business plan, you go and talk to someone, they say, okay, what's in front? What do you think? It is the same thing. The kids, those people in a street right now, it helped them a lot. They're soldiers, it helped them a lot to say, okay, tomorrow go ahead and just do this. They will get it done. Everybody is ready to do it. And one more thing I wanted to add is that, Jason, it's not that if we don't have a united front, while our RGC already destroyed and just all the parties, they are mostly individual. We don't have united coalition to get things done just because they strongly try to just destroy every party we had. And right now, it's not about individual. Everybody, if you ask people, everybody like Crown Prince, everybody like Ismailion, everybody like, nobody hates each other. They all get along. But the fact is, what kind of government? I believe majority of the disagreement is what kind of government we're going to have later in the future. It's good that we put all of them aside and it's just go for with the United Front. Coalition shouldn't be temporary. We could have from every party, every individual that we have a plan, come up. If you want to vote, you want vote for monarchy, monarchy is like this. If you want to work for a republic, republic is like this. The Constitution of America, it didn't has not been written only one day. It took so many months. If meanwhile everything else going along, we do not do whatever it takes to get this coalition in a structure of after the success of this revolution, get it done, I think we're going to have a long way ahead. Yeah, I'm giving you the mic.
Yeah, go ahead? I mean, did you have a question for Jason or anything you wanted to add? No? Okay. Well, I want to get to a couple other people. Listen, like I said, I love this. I love the idea of a coalition. I have no issue with it. I just want to win, and I'm tired of us being losers, honestly. So, I personally, I would consider myself a monarchist, but I'm flexible. I have a real problem with people who are monarchists, but they're not flexible. Meaning, like, if we had a democracy and if it wasn't our king, then like you just couldn't accept anything else. I would never accept maybe someone like Mariam Rajabi. I would never accept any sort of Islamist. Okay, but I would accept somebody that is not the Islamic Republic because that's how much I hate these people. And that's the way we just have to do this. We just have to figure out a way to win because we're so sick of losing. I remember I was thinking about it too the other day, and I was like, man, I'm around a lot of mainly my circles are monarchists, and I always said to them, I was like, look, I wanted the coalition, but a lot of us thought that like somebody would hijack this revolution from the crown prince. I never looked at it that way. For all of us speaking, we were all always for the crown prince, but we were mainly for democracy. Well, if you're for democracy, then we just got to figure out a way to work together. In the Iranian diaspora or in the circles on Iranian Twitter, we sometimes have a real problem with talking to each other or like understanding each other. And maybe I don't like your opinion, but we can just talk to each other. If you don't like somebody's opinion, sometimes, well, instantly you're like, well, screw this guy, and he's probably a cybery or something like that. I don't like that. I think, some people generally we disagree with each other, but we can work it out. And what I like about this coalition, it's going to give us that opportunity. I don't love Hamed Esmailion. I don't like what he did at the Berlin protest. I don't really like his politics. And I don't love Masih Alinejad. I don't like the way she describes it as a feminist or a women's revolution. I think it's a general revolution, but I don't really give a shit at the end of the day. If bringing them into the fold means we get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people who are going to buy into helping us be more united to overthrow the Islamic Republic, I'll sign up for that. Whatever. Because at the end of the day, like whatever petty differences I have, whatever problems, minor disagreements I have, it's never going to be bigger than how much we hate the Islamic Republic. And sometimes I think that if people are against this, it's like they just can't get over their own, like if they're being too stubborn, they think that their own opinion or their own personal problem with a Hamed or a Masih is bigger than overthrowing the Islamic Republic, and you're just not that important. We just need to figure out a way to win, and I'm so sick of losing. Okay, sorry for that.
Xerxes, before for the next person, we need to put some people back to the listener because many people has been requested.
Yeah, that's a good point, guys. I'm going to be shuffling through, or Bahar, if you can, shuffle people in and out that have spoken, and we're going to get some new folks up here. Let me get to some hands, and then once you speak, I'm going to probably try to move you down, or if I have some questions, I'll keep you up here. But I got a couple questions. Guys, I know you keep saying, I have a question for Jason and Piotr. I'll get it to them, I promise, okay? I know these guys are, they're going to stick around. Jason, Piotr, go make yourself a coffee or a tea or a chai. We'll get to you, I promise. Okay, Pay Van D, go ahead.
Darius, I cannot
Oh, Penta.
imagine you forgetting me. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
sorry. You changed the order of your name. Sorry.
That's fine. Oh yeah, that's my fault. I changed my name here. Hi everyone. Special thanks to Jason. I was looking what you were doing for us Iranians. I cannot say how much I'm thankful. I have a comment and a question. The comment goes back to the Nayak that one of our friends that came here and said that can we accept them and use them. You see, what I saw in their tweet was that we support regime change led by Iranians inside Iran, and then they commented that we do not support any foreign, interference and things like that. And we know that Iranians inside Iran can lead the street, and they are doing it, but they cannot lead diplomacy. And they need people outside of Iran to be their voice and do whatever is needed to, in terms of diplomatic ways. So I found that tweet against this coalition actually, because this was just coming the day after that simultaneous tweets. And now they're worried that, oh my God, the leaders should be inside of Iran. And this is something we know that is impossible right now with the amount of oppression. So I found that throughout the Islamic Republic still. And unfortunately, Iran International was not covering it properly. And I'm saying, Jason, please do something about that. It's important to tell people the complete news, so as something like this doesn't happen and people get hopeful and say that, oh, Nayak is coming and let's welcome them. And my question is about Venezuela. I'm hearing news that they're trying to get closer to USA, and in terms of economics and some other things. And my question is how that can affect Iran's events right now. And the point is, I cannot predict how Putin is gonna react to these things. Now he is involved with three part of the world that is turning events: Iran, Ukraine, and Venezuela. So adding this third country to all these against Putin somehow brings the question to my mind that how he's gonna react, what is his response, and because he didn't let Iran getting close to West. Is he able to prevent Venezuela from getting close to USA and the westward, or something else? Thank you.
I'd like to speak to this if that's okay. But yeah.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Thanks, Jason. Yeah, no, I mean, look, there's a couple of things on this. So, again, Venezuela is a typical example of a sort of marriage of convenience at this point, in the sense that the situation in Ukraine with the Russians is so extreme, and having pivotal effects globally, that it's forcing the United States to reconsider its alliances or associations with countries that it would never otherwise do so. So it's sort of a case of the enemy of the enemy, the lesser of the two evils, basically. In the summer, the Venezuelans established a I guess you'd call it a security assurance pact with the Iranians. Maduro, the president, who's not really recognized still by the West, was in Tehran in, I think it was July. And they basically sort of consolidated this relationship. Now, there's a few reasons as to why, and I'll let Jason perhaps go into more of the details. But, again, this is one that autocratic countries are seeking to support one another, much like the Iranians are doing with the Russians, because at the end of the day, if they don't, that puts their own survival at risk. They need people of their ilk, of their type, of their outlook, to continue to remain in power, because it makes their position more tenable. So there's because on the map you wouldn't exactly think, well, what on earth does Venezuela and Iran really have to do with one another? But they do have this sort of autocratic axis, which is basically against the United States. Then there's the pragmatism around oil, and just the OPEC sort of relationships, and how Iran continues to try and utilize its oil in a way, whilst Venezuela has never really been able to tap into its reserves in its own backyard. So those two countries try to influence other countries' decisions and interests through the leveraging of certain natural resources, and the two countries want to levy that in a way that will force the hand of the West. And Venezuela, up until this point, has been pretty isolated. It's been pretty pariahed by the United States, but because of what's happening in Ukraine, Venezuela's coming to the fray, and so they want to try and play a bit like Turkey in the sort of balancing act of, well, we're quite, we're going to be supportive of the West, providing them oil, but we're going to be, chummy with the Iranian Islamic Republic. So the dynamics about this from Putin's perspective, I don't know how much he would sort of react in a sort of knee-jerky way, if that makes sense. He's very much focused on the situation in Ukraine, and there's not much that he's really going to be able to do to sort of influence the decisions by the Venezuelans to suddenly coddle up to the Americans again. Not that they're going to, but any opportunity to reduce the sanctions that have been imposed on the country for a while, the Venezuelans will do so. Also because 4 years ago now, they had the constitutional crisis. It was the closest Maduro got to being removed. And basically the West has pretty much not given up, but sort of turned a blind eye and continued with other stuff elsewhere. And the opposition forces against Maduro have basically become irrelevant. So Maduro has outlasted any coup or any attempt to overthrow him. And he's basically going to become sort of an undesirable ally of the West, in quotation marks, if that means that they can help, mitigate or limit the impact of the Russians' war and energy supplies, because at the moment that's of a bigger concern and risk. So I don't see what Putin's going to be able to do, if anything, to really sort of influence Venezuela's decision making over that relationship or Iran's.
Yeah, go ahead, Jason. Do you want to take a crack?
Yeah, no, I thought that was a very comprehensive, good answer. I would just add that Iran, the Islamic Republic, I should say, has interests in Venezuela that it will seek to protect, particularly the permissive environment that the Maduro regime has given to Hezbollah and the Quds Force to operate on the continent, on South America. That is very important to the system because it's a way for them to seek to infiltrate U.S. interests in the Western Hemisphere, and that we've seen terror plots as a result of that relationship. There is the Quds Force is involved, and the Hezbollah as well is involved with drug trafficking and money laundering down there. There's a lot of Hezbollah, especially, is able to generate a great amount of revenue from its front companies and industries down there that allow it to build an independent funding stream, separate and apart even from the funding that the Islamic Republic provides Hezbollah, and that provides an insurance policy for Hezbollah when for when times get tight in Tehran, it could have a little breathing room, and Hezbollah operates these illicit businesses for that purpose. So there are a lot of interests with Venezuela. I think that the preliminary dialogue between the Maduro regime and the Biden administration is not focused on that. It's focused on, the political issues in Venezuela and the licenses that have been given to U.S. oil companies to operate or to explore in Venezuela. But Iran does, the Islamic Republic, I should say again, does find common cause with Venezuela and the Maduro regime because of an ideological anti-imperialist outlook. And so as long as the Islamic Republic is the Islamic Republic, they are going to seek to protect that relationship.
Yeah, thank you for that. All right, I'm going to get to some other speakers. Yeah, I just want to address this quick comment I got in the reply. Someone saying, why do you make Hamed and Masih so essential? They have no support inside of Iran. I don't care. I support Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi. But what does he tell you, and what did he tell me? That we're going to get on board of this, of whatever this is. Just get on board. I have a problem with some monarchists. You guys call yourself monarchists, but when it's time to follow your monarch, you don't want to do it. I have a real problem with this. I'm a flexible monarchist because I feel like if there's anything that's kept Iranians back, it's this kind of stuff right here. We got to come to a conclusion that where we're going to go is going to be a referendum. Okay, so whatever we got to do to get there, we're going to get there. Maybe I don't agree with a lot of people, but when we're talking about a democratic election to decide the future of Iran, that's democracy right there. I might not like somebody, they might not like me, but if we hate this Islamic Republic more, then that's exactly what I'm okay with. And frankly speaking, when it comes to the election day, let's just say I'm very comfortable on how that's going to go. And I don't think you should have any worries too. So that's what it's going to be. This is okay. I'm glad you guys are voicing this. I want more of this stuff. I'm perfectly okay. Anybody who has any concerns, go ahead and talk about it. But if you're going,
before that, I'm sorry. The people who are up for on a speaker, if you want to speak, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we need to put you down.
Yeah, really quick.
Oh, sorry, my hand was up. May I? Is it okay?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay, I apologize. I wasn't trying to interrupt. You said people speak if you wanted to say something, and I had my hand up for a long time. Anyway, so I am someone who, if you want to call it from the other side, I'll disagree that's the other side. I want to explain why. When we say constitutional monarchy and republic, I want to give you an example here. You had the People's Republic of Poland, today known as the Republic of Poland. It was technically in both cases a republic. The problem is, in one case, if you had General Jaruzelski running the show and the parliament's a rubber stamp, versus today where it's, relatively less so. Let's put it that way. My point is, for example, that when we say, do you want, monarchy or democracy? Do you want this or that? Like, for example, here in the United States, what is the most common phrase you hear people argue whenever you urge them to respect an outcome of an election or other things? Well, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. So my point is that as somebody who used to be much more of a so-called Republican as opposed to monarchist, I realized I'm asking the wrong question. And I urge you all to think. Like Spain, they have a monarchy, and let's be realistic. We are more like Spain that overthrew its dictatorship more recently than we are like England, okay? But Spain, Juan Carlos is a monarch. They have a constitutional monarchy. And then you have a parliament there that's not a rubber stamp. That's far different from, Padşahi Arabistan. Those are two separate issues. The point is, that we need to ensure there are democratic elements in the government, regardless of whether its format appears like a republic or a monarchy. And that's the question that should be asked. And when you read the fine print of Reza Pahlavi's, Barnameh, or his plan for Iran, what he specifically said was not to have a referendum first, but to elect a parliament first, and then draw up a constitution. Not to get so caught up in a referendum of republic versus monarchy that we miss the key role here of ensuring that the people ensure that there are democratic elements in your government and that your parliament is not a rubber stamp. So I want to make sure that that's a distinction we've understood. As someone who read some of his plans in Persian, that's what I understood when I read them. And once I read that distinction that he made, I actually agree. You do not do a referendum first. You do a parliament election first.
Thanks for that, Ronak. That's
may I speak?
Interesting input. Yeah, I was going to get to you next. Go ahead, World Streams. What you got for us?
Thank you. My name is Dari, actually, And thank you for the space, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I don't know how long this discussion has been going on, but I probably got to it in the middle of it. But I noticed you were all talking about unity, which is very important, of course. There was something that happened around the 12th of December from inside of Iran, and it was a document that was going around that was written by the Youth Association of Iranian Neighborhoods. And they had this document of 43 points, which are their 43 demands. And I'm wondering if anybody has read it. I can send a copy of it. It's in Farsi, and it. I can give you like one example from it. This is point number 4. It said, "We, the people of Iran, should implement a government based on the collective will of the people in determining the common destiny in order to enjoy natural freedoms within the framework of individual, social, and international responsibilities. The form of this government should be determined by a referendum," which you were just speaking of. I see Alex is in the room, or I think he was. I don't know if he still is. Alex Kennedy. He might know about this. I've spent the last 100 days, hours and hours in a clubhouse English speaking Iranian room. And I've been following things in Iran for like the past 14 years. Actually, I'm not Iranian, I'm not Persian, I'm American, but it's very important to me. The people that are the most important people in my life happen to be in Iran at this moment, and I can't go there and they can't come here. So I spend every day hours and hours, following everything I can. But I'm wondering if anybody's read this document. I can send you a copy of it. I'm on my phone now, but I'm also sitting in front of my computer where I have the document, and I can probably, send it in a direct message to anybody that wants it. So
Right. I want to say first of all, like that's really important to me, and that's you have no idea how much it means to like a lot of Iranians. The reason I do these spaces is for like more like English speaking people to come up here. So it means the world to us that like people like yourself care. For so long we've been doing this. Iranians have wanted freedom, and nobody's heard us or cared. So for someone like yourself to say like that we matter,
you matter
it's
so
really important
much.
to us.
I love your culture, I love everything about Iran, and I would be there probably now, but I just can't go there. I used to have a radio program several years ago, and we interviewed a lot of Iranian dissidents. And if an American has to go there with a guide, and I can't do that. They'd probably see the stuff that I did several years ago. It's floating all over the internet, and but I love your country, and I hope that everything changes for the better. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Yeah, of course. Anytime you're welcome in these spaces. Jason, you're probably you're really in tune with all this stuff. Talk to me about you've probably seen this doc. See, I'm very cautious because I remember some documents that came out early on in the revolution, and what really worried me about this is a bunch of Nayakis shared it, and that was really what gave me a lot of pause. But you're saying this came out in December 12th.
It was December 12th. I can
Same.
send you a copy of it.
Jason, do you know what this is about? Have you?
Yeah. I'm yeah. Thanks for that question. I am familiar with the youth neighborhoods organizations. Recently, around 30 or so in several different cities have come together in a union, and so there is the beginning of some kind of organization inside the country and collaboration and communication among these groups. But there have been a few of these documents circulating, and I think to Westerners at least, it could get, I guess, a little confusing as to how they're related to one another, and what the differences are, and who's behind them. So I love to see the ingredients for organizing in Iran. There is definitely that youth neighborhood structure that is building, but there have been a few of those documents floating around, so it's hard for me to know which one you were
Yeah,
talking
I
about.
don't know which one. Jason, do you read Farsi? You can actually, it's in a format where if you don't, you can just pop it into Google Translate. It does a pretty good job of it, actually. I was surprised. But it's the only one that I've seen. And we've gone over it point by point in the Masa Amini room on Clubhouse that I'm in all the time. Alex may have been there when we were doing that, but I've only seen one.
Yeah, I've seen a couple, and so that's why I ask. So I don't know if anyone else has read it in the in our room now, if they want to mention it.
Yeah, well, we'll get back to it. I think if you want to share it, maybe
read
Jumbotron.
I read bits and pieces. Okay, I didn't have time to read the whole thing, but enough to basically back up what Jason was saying, that underground is starting to fuse together, and that's good to see. I'm not going to reveal more because I have contacts inside Iran and I want to protect the sources.
Okay.
This doesn't name any sources. That's what I was worried about too. It has no names on it, thank goodness, because I thought, well, you can't do that. What they were talking about was, before, you were talking about having, like when someone speaks, like Masia Linejad, when she speaks, she should be speaking for the unity, for the whole group that's forming, and that would be stronger. What we were talking about in regard to this document in the Clubhouse room was that we would like to put it in the hands of some group like that, because you can't give this document to the media the way it is, because there's no what do you call it, no name, no one behind it. So, and the media always wants to know who said it, what's the source, etc. So we thought, by giving it to somebody that is kind of higher up, someone like Masih, or someone in a unity group, that it might have more power. It's very well thought out. I translated it and read it, and it's it's a start.
Right.
And it means they're doing something, they're thinking.
Right. I appreciate that. Well, maybe we can talk about it a little more later. I want to get to some hands, but again, I appreciate you being in this room. I tell Iranians this all the time. I go in these Iranian spaces, and I never make any bones about it. Like, I'm not Iranian. I mean, I am Iranian, but like my whole life I was very Americanized. So like I go in these Iranian spaces, and I'm just like, a lot of times I'm trying to learn. I can speak Farsi. I can't read it very well, and I can't. I can understand it pretty well, because how I learned was watching TV. I would sit in my parents' living room, watch TV with subtitles. But yeah, so I go in these spaces all the time with them, but I never try to like LARP as like somebody inside of Iran. I'm just trying to be their voice. But I realized early on, like, my only value add, like the only thing I do well for these people is anything inside of Iran, I'll just say it in English, and I'll get Americans around me and Canadians around me, and we'll see what happens. So people like yourself carrying this much, always welcome, always come jump in. You got a seat at the table. But I want to go to my friend Faisal. Speaking about people who are not Iranian, well, I mean, he's somebody who's from Saudi Arabia that for some reason cares. So my friend Faisal, how you doing, brother?
What's going on, Zarsi? How you doing? How you doing, Jason, and everybody else?
We're doing good. I'm doing better than, if I was doing any better, vitamins would be taking me, Faisal. So go ahead.
That's good to know. The only thing I could say is always be wary of the conventional wisdom. I think, my fellow Western, especially Americans, always look at the world from Western lens. They think the democratic means work everywhere else in the world, which is not true. We're talking about the region is an old region, old civilizations and countries. They do things differently than, the Western lens. And I think this is the biggest downfall of Western perspective of the Middle East in general. I always support a constitutional monarchy in Iran. I think the biggest geopolitical disaster that ever happened in the region is the mullah reaching power in 1979. And what happened next, it affected the whole region. It wasn't only Iran. Saudi Arabia had to go ultra conservative to combat the true Islamic ways of Khomeini, what was he's selling to the whole world, and it held back the region for years. And I think it's time for the mullahs to go. The Iranian people deserve more, deserve better. The Iranian youth are showing the whole region and the whole world that they're fed up and they're sick of this, old regime, in terms of age, trying to dictate how the Middle East should, look for the next 30 years, of development. I truly believe that there is potential for the whole region to become a better place, including every single country in the region, even the state of Israel. Everybody should get along because the region have so much potential. We have youth, we have economic development, we have resources, and we could be, we could go back to the point of, leading, the world when it comes to the development and pioneership. And that regime supporting bad actor in Iraq, bad actor in Syria, bad actor in Palestine, bad actor in Lebanon and Yemen is creating havoc in the region. I think the youth of the region deserve better. The youth of the region deserve better than what we're getting because of this regime. And I don't think the regime have any solution for the problem they face. They don't have the youth. They don't have charismatic figure to lead the next chapter of the regime survival. The regime, when we talk about their average age, 75 and above, and they're gonna die off. Okay, this is the truth. They're gonna die off. I see Iranian people with tattoos, Iranian people listening to hard metal rock, and the same thing happening in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the same thing happening all over the region. The youth want hope. The youth of the region looking for hope and looking for a better future. And if the regime cannot provide that for them, okay, they will lose at the end. And I admire the Iranian people. I admire the Iranian youth for it's been almost 110 days or 115 days, which I followed hardly, with all my heart. And they still going out in the street and they still trying to face that brutal regime. I'm sick. I'm sick in my core that the mainstream media and the selective moral outrage and nobody care about the Iranian people sacrificed. The Iranian people and youth sacrifice. These execution left and right, nobody's talking about it. I don't see international organization talking about it or highlighting it. I don't see the mainstream media in the US highlighting this. And I think it's our duty as people who live in the West to highlight this, to talk to our friends, to talk to our representative in Congress, representative in the Canadian Parliament, representative in Europe, because we are part of these societies. And if we don't do our job, emailing them, writing them, talking to them, nobody will care. And
Right. So Faisal, can I interrupt really quick? I want to ask you a question. So you make a lot of good points. You say, well, the West, and they're not doing a good enough job supporting them. Well, I asked this question: what do you want to see from Western governments to try to support the Islamic Republic? I mean, we all kind of give our good answers. Jason's got a laundry list. We kind of follow that. Everybody's got their own thing. Iranians do too. What are you seeing specifically, Faisal, where you're like, what the hell is this? Why are we doing this? We need to change this and support the Iranian people. What is it exactly that you think, Faisal, that we need to want change?
With all honesty, and I don't want to brag Trump. I think the U.S. should go back to Trump era policy dealing with the Iranian regime. Sanctions, do not give them a lifeline. Do not. There is no nuclear deal because they're going to have the nuclear weapon regardless. Do not appease them with a nuclear deal, and do not try to rehabilitate that regime. That regime is committing mass murder against the Iranian people, mass murder against the Iraqi people, mass murder against the Syrian people, and hijacking the Lebanese political discourse and supporting Hamas, which creating havoc within the state of Israel. This is the truth, and I'm speaking the truth. Do not give them a lifeline. And I understand, the geopolitical competition between the West and East and China influence in Iran and all this. And whenever you give them a lifeline, to my fellow Americans, to my fellow Canadians and Europeans, if you give lifeline to that regime, you're only supporting the CCP and supporting China at the end of the day. Their Silk Road initiative go through Iran all the way to Europe. So do not support that. We all know and understand that the CCP is a menace to the world. Do not indulge that for financial reasons and economic reasons.
Right. Thank you, my friend Faisal. Really quickly, I want to get my friend Zineb to chime in. I'm not going to say where she's at, but it's very early in the morning, so she's probably still like eye boogers in her eyes or something. But Zineb, if you're awake, I want you to kind of chime in on this. You've been a great ally to us. You've been covering the Iran revolution for the last 3 months. So I want to give the mic to you. What do you see that you're like following right now? What's interesting to you? Go ahead, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who's listening. I just think that this is really a turning point. I don't think it's going to end until Iranians get what they want. I mean, even with the condemnations and the killings and hangings, you can see how the youth is still fighting. And I really think that the regime is really desperate. They are trying to do whatever they can, just like damage control. But I don't see it really going away. I mean, it's been 4 months. Thousands of people have been killed and threatened and so on. We don't even know the exact numbers. And I think for 3 weeks, I had no idea what was going on there because, they blocked the internet and they were just butchering people. So we don't even have the exact numbers. But what I also see, even in the Middle East in general, is that they are very supportive of Iranians. I think someone before me mentioned Yemen and so on. I mean, all these countries really suffered from the Islamic Republic's proxy wars, and they really know what type of region they want to live in. They want to live in a prosperous region where they have economic opportunities. For example, the UAE is developing huge artificial intelligence hubs. Israel is literally a tech hub. There's so much potential in the region, and many are feeling that Iranians have so much to contribute, and it's just a shame that no one knows. No one can go to Tehran. Why? Because the Islamic Republic has problems with other countries and so on. So I also see how other people in the region are very supportive, and I think this is really important. It sends a very strong message, and it's very encouraging to see what I but it's just such a contrast because for example in the West you get the other messaging of, oh no, actually Qasem Soleimani was not such a bad guy, he was just an operator. It's very interesting, the contrast that I've been seeing. But yeah, this is my assessment so far. I also saw how I think, oh, Jason is here, so I think he can also touch on that. How the Biden administration is also switching its positions. I mean, they went from, okay, we will just support the protests and we will work through the JCPOA, and lately the messaging has been, maybe the JCPOA is just dead. And so I think these are encouraging developments. I think, of course, more can be done. Having militias, targeting Iranian militias, and so on is very crucial just for American security. With or without the protest, these things should have been done. So yeah, this is my assessment so far. Thank you very much.
Oh, great. Yeah. So I have a follow-up question to this. I always look at, like, when me and you have these conversations a lot, like me and you, Zainab, about how, like, the Islamic Republic, when governments are dealing with them, there's just a lot of misunderstanding, or maybe just like general populations. What do you think is one of the biggest misunderstandings when it comes to the Islamic Republic or Iran that you've seen so far?
I think there are so much, but it's really, for example, just this morning, and this is, I think, the biggest misunderstanding. The Islamic Republic regime is so good at PR and so good at diplomacy because they need to understand the West so that they can survive. And so, for example, they made the West think that elections in the Islamic Republic matter. And everyone knows that it's a total joke. It's the same people having the same power. It's like distributing cards. It's the same regions that get targeted. It's the same minorities that get targeted. But somehow, whenever there is an election for the Islamic Republic, there is huge Western coverage, as if it matters. And this is something. And this is something quite bigger because it's like they use these these words on democracy, that votes matter. For example, there's this whole thing, I think, like 10 years ago, how women in Iran, they can get any job they want and they are free in whatever they do. They play with progressive labels, and so it's all smoke and mirrors, and no one really understands what is happening and why people, for example, it really took 3 months for the press to say, oh yeah, you know what, people in Iran really want a regime change, because for years and years they thought that that the Islamic Republic is capable of doing a reform and so on. So I think it's really it's really a misunderstanding, because the words that the Islamic Republic uses are perfectly tailored for a Western audience to just make them believe whatever they want. So this is how I personally see it.
No, this is really good. I like that. Jason, so let's take it back to you. I have a question for you. Jason, I really like something that Jason said a couple spaces ago, guys. He talks about the JCPOA, and he doesn't even like mentioning this. It's like whenever someone says JCPOA to Jason, he's like, well, maybe we should stop calling it that, because there is no more JCPOA, because like things inside of this deal, sunset clauses, things like that, well, they're already starting to expire. So like they're like, we can't even talk about it as if it's like the same JCPOA. But my question to you is, Jason, and probably the question to a lot of people, okay, well, screw the JCPOA. But we're talking about like a smaller, more concise, like Iran nuclear deal. No Iranian wants this. We want actually no negotiations with the Islamic Republic. So yeah, sure, the Biden administration is saying no JCPOA. What do you think about any prospect of just like a small, because the idea was that even if you could, like, even before all this happened, I know there's a lot of people that said, well, even if the JCPOA negotiations fall apart, maybe there's going to be like some smaller negotiation between the Islamic Republic and the U.S. That's like just between them and maybe smaller. Do you think that there's any sort of like sub agreement, something smaller like this that could take place? None of us want to see it, but you never know. We don't want to see the first JCPOA, a lot of us. But what do you think, Jason, as it relates to not the JCPOA, but a smaller agreement? Do you think that that's something that like the West would entertain because maybe the fear mongering gets to them as it relates to like a nuclear program, which like I hate that subject, but go ahead.
Thanks for that question. I think, and what I like to emphasize to folks when talking about the nuclear diplomacy with the Islamic Republic is the JCPOA is not synonymous with diplomacy with the Islamic Republic. Okay. And I think that sometimes people discuss the JCPOA and use it as shorthand, but I think it obscures more than it clarifies. So the JCPOA, as Xerxes was saying, this JCPOA from 2015 is dead, and it will not be revived. The hope, the aspiration, and the nostalgia to restore the agreement is detached from the details of the sunset schedule that was embedded in the original deal, of the technical advances that Iran's nuclear program has made in recent years. And that's not to mention that Iran's supreme leader is not interested in reviving the deal either. He has not been interested, if you ask me, for the last couple of years in seriously reviving it. And he has dragged out this process to such an extent because he thinks an endless process benefits the Iranian system. Because what they'll do, and we see Tehran doing this now, is dangling. You have the foreign minister coming out, having a conversation basically with himself, saying that there are, still discussions happening, and hard negotiations going on. These comments, and I know that a lot of people in the West who are some of whom are critics of the JCPOA get a little their guard up when they see these comments coming from the Iranian foreign minister. But let me stress that these comments from Tehran are directed more at domestic consumption. They're directed to prop up the cratering currency, and they are meant to try to placate a population that is completely the people don't believe anything the regime says. So that's what they're trying to do. And in terms of what a smaller deal would look like, I think that the idea would be kind of a freeze for freeze, or the U.S. undertakes one step, perhaps unfreezes assets in exchange for a certain if the Islamic Republic would stop enriching at 60%. That's the kind of smaller deal that some have spoken about. But I don't think the Islamic Republic is interested in that kind of deal at the moment. And so the system is just not positioned right now in that direction. And if you look at the history of when there are significant protests inside the country, Ayatollah Khamenei has traditionally been risk averse and resistant to agreeing with Western powers on nuclear diplomacy when the country is encountering a large protest. We saw this in 2009, and I wrote about this. This is the precedent. When the Green Movement protests were happening, and in October 2009, right after that very critical summer, the Iranian system would not agree to a fuel swap proposal for the Tehran research reactor. And a lot of this comes down to Ayatollah Khamenei's calculation that compromise begets expectations for more compromise. And so, at a time now when the system looks very weak, domestically, he's going to want to reinforce and project strength. And so I don't see him agreeing or signing onto a dotted line, even in a smaller deal at this juncture. So that's kind of how I see the state of play.
Great. Okay, I want to get to a couple hands, and then I want to switch over to something else. Ahura Mazda, you're up next, and we'll go to David. Go ahead, Ahura Mazda.
Thank you, Xerxes, and thank you, Jason, for spending so much time with us listening to all things Iran. One of the things I wanted to mention, I keep hearing the word butchering their people get thrown around, and I wanted to get a little bit more granular and detailed about what they're doing. In specific, I wanted to talk to you about a girl from about 2 months ago, 16-year-old, who was kidnapped by plainclothes IRGC. She was gang raped for 2 weeks. Her parents had no idea where she was. And then they finally get the dreadful call that her daughter's dead. To cover up the evidence, they stole her uterus. They yanked it out, ripped it out, and they buried her somewhere where it was an undisclosed location, basically. Her name is Nika Shahkarami, okay? That's not a one-off. That didn't happen in a vacuum. This is the MO of the Islamic Republic. Their MO is to view these protesters as enemies of God, and when they capture them, to treat them as prisoners of war and spoils of war, and do whatever they feel like doing to them. And to add insult to injury, they force these kids, these teenagers' parents, to lie, to make false confessions on national TV that their kids either killed themselves, took too many pain kills, they were depressed, they fell off a roof or a balcony. And this is, again, not a one-off. This happens on a daily basis. So when we hear figures like 700 plus people killed, it's not just people who are being killed in the streets in cold blood with military grade bullets. We're talking about people getting killed under torture, under rape. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had a 14-year-old girl who was raped so much that she died from vaginal bleeding, internal bleeding. That's the type of crime we're talking about. We're talking about crimes that haven't been committed probably since the Nazis. In fact, some of these crimes the Nazis might have not committed back then. So we're dealing with the worst of the worst. And the reason I'm bringing this up is to bring some context into the next thing that I'm going to say, which will probably raise some eyebrows and surprise some people on this call. So we keep talking about a coalition outside of Iran. And I know we care. We want to basically do our best because we're not there, and we want to make sure this revolution succeeds. But this revolution is morphed because of all the crimes that I just discussed. This is no longer a revolution of the masses going out and hundreds of thousands going out there and basically trying to counter all the IRGC forces out there and hopefully try to wither them down. What's happening now, we have a much more different coalition inside Iran, and that's a coalition of individuals. And we're not talking about people who have necessarily a military background or experience with weapons, or even people who've they don't even have a criminal record, many of them. And basically what they're doing is they're on an individual basis, they're taking out these IRGC and Basij agents. Just yesterday, they took out a major commander from the Sarallah base in Tehran. That was a big hit for the regime. They took him out with 4 bullets. I don't know, Jason, if you were aware of that. So what's happening inside Iran is we have a bunch of young men, revolutionaries, and they're in the thousands, who have taken justice into their own hands. And basically, they're very similar to the partisans of the World War II era, where they're fighting against the Nazis. And what they're doing is they're trying to basically liberate their country and strike fear into the hearts of the IRGC, and that's been very effective. That's been very effective. It's caused a lot of collapse within the IRGC. A lot of these agents, these thugs, have to think twice now before they go out and try to crush protesters, before they try to beat them, before they try to shoot at them. Some still do, many still do, but many have stopped doing that. So in totality, this has been a very effective method for these kids to counter. And the way they describe this is self-defense. This is just pure self-defense, because if they don't take these guys out today, tomorrow they're going to rape another 14-year-old. And they do an extremely professional job as far as identifying these guys. What I'm hearing, and I've attended maybe 3 or 4 of their spaces right here on Twitter, and they attract about 600-700 on average, sometimes upwards of 1,000. What I'm gathering is even family members of these IRGC thugs and Basij are giving them up. They are sharing their details, their addresses with this group, and they're publishing it. And maybe a few days later or weeks later, these guys are gone. They're taken out. So what I'm trying to say is we could sit here and talk about our coalition outside of Iran all we want. If we don't acknowledge what's going on inside Iran and the work these kids are doing, they're at the front lines of this revolution. If they don't exist, this revolution is dead. It's done. I'll guarantee you that. We could have a coalition with Jesus. Nothing will happen inside Iran unless these kids are doing what they're doing. So my question for Jason is, because we're talking about optics here, the optics of people getting taken out, and one more thing I wanted to add is also, I'm sure you've all seen the movie Munich, Steven Spielberg. It kind of makes that movie look like child play, what these guys are doing. And they're so smart, they're so intelligent. When I listen to them talk and speak, it's incredible the level of knowledge they have. One thing they were mentioning, I think it was yesterday when I was listening to their talks, is about maybe 2,000 or 3,000 Nazis the Israelis were looking for, and they ended up only maybe finding a handful of them. And they were saying, we don't want that to happen in Iran. We want to catch these guys now, right here, before regime change, before these thugs flee the country. So they're doing some incredible work that needs attention. And my question for Jason, or whoever else is on this call, how do we package this, considering the optics of this could go the other way? Because at the end of the day, people are getting killed, but these are evil people. These are people who rape children. These are people who steal their organs. These are people who intimidate their families if they speak up. These are people who run over people with cars, who shoot at them, who snipe them, who shoot at their.
Ahura Mazda, sorry, you want to ask Jason this question. Jason's going to answer it, but you said, how do we package this and ensure that the optics don't go the other way? What do you mean by that? What other way?
So basically, I don't know who was talking. They were saying that the Islamic regime is very good at PR, right? So I could imagine a scenario where they're going to use this in their favor and say, well, look at what they're doing to our people, right? And look at, for instance,
I see what you're saying.
Or they could say these are the agents of Mossad. As a matter of fact, they said something really interesting, and I just wanted to throw this out there because I wanted to also tell you how connected these guys are. 2 or 3 points that the leader, I guess I'm assuming he's the leader, who has about 78,000 followers on Twitter. He was saying is, one, they're very well connected with all the doctors and nurses and all the major hospitals across Iran. And what they're hearing is that the Islamic Republic is not disclosing how many of their own are getting killed. And based on the data they're getting from the hospitals and the emergency rooms, it's in the dozens a week. dozens a week, and this team actually publishes their names and who's been taken out. The other thing is, these guys knew about this coalition way before we did. Maybe days before we did, and they said good news is going to come out very early in January. I think it came out this tweet that they all tweeted came out December 31st.
Right.
So that's one thing. And another thing that they mentioned is that they actually had someone from maybe an operative of Mossad.
So Huramaza, I like you. I want to keep you up here, and I want to get you talking. I want to get to your question. Ask your question to Jason. We're going to go around the room.
So Jason, where I left off, it could come off the wrong way. So I just want to say, the operative of Mossad, I guess, somehow sent them a message and said, we're impressed with what you guys are doing. You guys are pretty brutal in your revenge, because these guys are all about revenge and self-defense. This is not just to kill people. They're very well organized in who they target. And my question to Jason is basically, how do we package this? Like, how do we bring attention to this? Because we could sit here all day, talk about the coalition, talk about all this wonderful stuff that people are doing outside of Iran. If we don't talk about this, it means nothing. It's a moot point, in my opinion.
Right. Let him answer it. Let him answer
Go
it.
ahead.
Go ahead, Jason.
Well, thanks for that very interesting set of remarks. I would say this: what you just told me, or what you just told the group, I should add, framing it around self-defense. I think that as much as the Islamic Republic will try to play victim, it's very skilled at playing victim. It's very practiced at playing victim. But I think the events over the last few months have changed the narrative and changed perceptions in Western capitals as to the true nature of who they're dealing with. They're dealing with evil. And I think a lot of Western policymakers understand that. So I think that if these very young, brave Iranians frame it as self-defense, that's a very captivating and compelling narrative, and I would frame it in that way. Because let's understand something. Most of us have understood this for a long time, but I think that certain members of the international community are just starting to catch up, and that is the Iranian people have been effectively held hostage by the Islamic Republic for 4 decades. So, if framing it around self-defense, I think, is a very useful way of capturing that situation. I know what you're talking about. I think that it may come as a surprise to some people who don't go into these. Most of them are in Persian, these rooms, but there is a lot of organizing going on social media, and there's a lot of aspects to what is happening inside the country that doesn't necessarily always make it into Western media. So getting those kinds of narratives and accounts into the hands of reporters to write about would be important, I think, and capturing that element. You cannot, the Islamic Republic, and you're right when you say you cannot trust anything that comes out of the Islamic Republic's media. It is cherry picked, and it is a lot of times it's false, and cover stories are invented, and so so there are a lot of other deaths that we don't know about, and I think you're right about that. So I think getting this kind of situation out there to Western media would be important in terms of framing it around self-defense. That's what they're engaged in right now.
Thanks, Jason. And one thing I wanted to add is, like I said, when I listen to these things on Twitter and what they're talking about, it literally sounds like a movie. Like, we need to have Steven Spielberg and Tony Kushner on there, or getting briefed on what's happening. Maybe in 5 years they could write a movie about it, because it's absolutely incredible, heroic what they're doing. Not only they're doing this on the side, they're also helping very poor and indigent people in Iran it's also very commendable, and they've posted videos of it as well. So they're basically like the Robin Hoods, and they're in the thousands of Iran. And we need to have investigative journalists looking into this. This is something that I'd like to see maybe on Vox, maybe, or somewhere at least, to get some kind of an attention
Right.
that
Well,
this is happening inside Iran. And we don't want this to look like a civil war. This is not a civil war. This is exactly what you just said. This is self-defense. This is preventing another rape and murder from happening the next day to a teenager. This is exactly what this is.
and I think there was a CNN piece recently about this that didn't delve into a lot of detail about it, but I think that it deserves more coverage. Is that there are a lot of people in the Islamic Republic who are not necessarily partaking in the in some of what you're talking about and what you've described, that kind of self-defense activity, but there are citizens who are behaving like the righteous among the nations from World War II, during that time when members of not, basically non-Jews sheltered Jewish families during the Holocaust. And I think that there are many Iranian families and who are doing that and sheltering revolutionaries who are engaged in this activity, as you describe, and quietly resisting in that way. They may not be on the street, but they are resisting and providing a service in that way. So I think that that's a very powerful aspect to what's happening. I think that there's a narrative that, well, the middle class is not on the streets, they're waiting. Not all of them are waiting. Some of them are sheltering. The revolutionaries are partaking in their own quieter way. So I think that that's an important narrative to get out. Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to head out, but this was really a great room. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, of course, Jason. You've been a great ally to us, and we appreciate the work you do, and you don't get enough thanks for what you do. So, thank you on behalf of all the Iranians. Keep it up, and hope to see you around. Have a great night.
Thanks, you too.
Yep.
And on
Thank you,
behalf of the
Jason.
Zionist conspiracy, we also thank
No,
you.
stop it, Daniel. On behalf of the Zionist conspiracy, thank you. Great, Daniel. Okay, with that being said, I'm gonna go to my uncle, guys. So I want everybody in this space. If you don't follow my uncle, he's in this room right now. Yes, he's my real uncle. This is Uncle Salman, Amo Salman. So Amo Salman, he never likes to raise his hand. Because he knows he's my uncle, he just always expects me to call on him, and if I don't, he'll leave the room. So here you go, Amo Salman. Beffarmayed, go ahead.
So everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
So just I wanted to say that happy Cutlet Day. Just let me just change the topic a bit. So this day is a great day. The world without Qasem Soleimani. The world
Are you getting that too, Daniel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unlike some people who are advertised by Nayaki and pro-regime guys like Jason Rezaian, what I want right now for my country is revenge, and I wish the same situation for Khamenei like Gaddafi, and this is really good. I cannot wait to see that Islamic regime is killing my people, executing political prisoner, maybe someday in one corrupt international court. I'm looking for a justice. So, and I don't know that is it good we have a Zionist as a co-host or no? Daniel, you are a co-host.
Hey, this space now has official Mossad powers. It's legally being sent to everyone in the position of power, right? All the world leaders are now listening. I have as the Zionist, I have these powers, and I just want to say, hey guys, I just Bahar, Zerg, sorry you couldn't join us, but big thanks to as he's called Uncle Salman for helping me put together this gathering in Toronto. We celebrated the death of Qasem Soleimani, and Salman is so amazing that I put the picture up there because you have to see. We had a cake that said "Thank you, thanks Trump," and also he got the restaurant to put on their TVs and play Donald Trump's speech to the world, the 4-minute long speech about him drone striking Qasem Soleimani. That played in the entire restaurant, and it truly was a great day. And, you know, our friend Mika, who's Korean origin, he sung the Iranian national anthem. He knows every anthem in the world because he does. It was truly a great event. And if Salman's internet isn't great, I will give him the credit he deserves for helping put that together. So yes, the reason we couldn't come to this space earlier is we were celebrating Cosmic Day. Yeah.
So Daniel, it was your idea. You put it to it, then you texted to me that Simon, what shall I do? It was great. 25 friends, 30 friends that always participated in the rally, always chants against IRGC, and they hold the line for 15 consecutive weeks in Mellas Manor Square in Toronto. So it was a good gathering. It was a Happy New Year and Happy New Year gathering. My good friend's brother Reza Amin was there. Many good activists was there. Daniel was there, and Daniel, it was your idea, and I hope that we see the revenge of Khamenei, and we see some kind of targeted attack like R2P to Iran, and doesn't matter that who gonna serve justice to Khamenei. Some brave people inside Iran, some brave soldier inside Iran, or some brave president like President of Hearts, Donald Trump, gonna serve justice. Maybe this time Bibi Netanyahu, but I promise you that we're gonna celebrate and we're gonna dance over the dead body of Khamenei, and it's gonna be a good day. You know that if you want a real truth that Islamic regime is killing people on daily basis, on hourly basis. As long as we get rid of the regime soon as possible, we can change the regime. It's gonna be less violence if you truly care about violence, and it's gonna be more justice. And about the topic that Jason was talking about, that, and honestly, using the Second Amendment right is a moral thing, is a logical thing, and people of Iran, not just they only have the right to self-defense, but they have the right to preventive defense, which means that even preventive attack, whatever you're gonna call it, if you see some office of Imam of Jum'ah, or if you're gonna see some of the office of high official mullahs, or some IRGC station, besieged station, or police station, people of Iran have every right to deserve justice and to neutralize those places. And we outside of the country, we need to defend them their right to do that. And honestly, I ask my good friend Mahsa, you are here, and Daniel is a free speech guy, and he privately messaged me that and stopped me to back him up. I am not a those kind of guy that feel offended. You know that? I always respect to free speech, even for my enemy. Okay. So, but as a former political prisoner, as a person who hold the line for freedom in Iran, in Canada for over 15 weeks, Daniel Boardman, you have the right to say whatever you want. It's a free speech right. I really
I have a question
appreciate. Let me finish then.
Okay, finish.
I really appreciate your idea, your effort, and I do remember when many people, even they were reformists, they voted for Rouhani, they still support the regime, they hate President of Hearts Donald Trump. You were the first Canadian journalist that called attack to PS752. We are in the anniversary of that brutal attack. You called the IRGC attack to PS752 flight as an intentional act of terror. I do remember that article, and thank you for the advocacy for human rights. And I can say that you are more Iranian than many Iranians, and you have every right to help our Iranian. I truly apologize you if some people put you a nasty comment. You know that. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Yeah, Daniel knows. I mean, well, first of all, I always like Daniel because first of all, I just like his politics. He knows that we're on the same page of a lot of stuff. But yeah, he's done a lot of stuff for the Iranian community. So, and he understands it, and I say it all the time. We need. I don't. I always get really annoyed with a lot of Iranians. Iranians who know how to type in English, who understand English, all they ever do is type in Farsi. What other Iranians do we need to convince? We don't need any more Iranians on our side. We've got every Iranian is on board with getting rid of the Islamic Republic. Okay, well, we need to get our message through to the West because when we don't do it, reformists do it. When we don't do it, NIAC does it. And it's guys like Jason. It's guys like Jason Brodsky. It's guys like Daniel. These are the kind of allies we need. So he's been a great ally to our community. Okay, I have some questions now. Well, actually, you know what? I'll get through some hands. I see another guy here, David. David, for the past few years, he's been really on board. He's been really supportive of Iranians. Actually, I believe he's also a supporter of Shahzadeh. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. But David, I want to give you the chance. You have your hand up. And then I want to get to the question of coalitions. I have a question for Daniel. I have a question for Salman. I have a question for Massa. So, David, go ahead.
All right, correct. Yes. Do you want me to just give you an opinion, or is anyone going to ask me a question?
You have your hand up. What do you want to say?
Yes. Yep. First and foremost, there's been a lot of talk in the last few days about a coalition, and I've heard all the views about it. And I can say that, you have to understand and take on board the views of the very large numbers of Iranian people, those who are patriotic, those who are pro-monarchy, who are by far the largest group. And a lot of them here, including a couple I can see in this very space, have done some amazing work of advocacy. And they are the ones who should be recognized because they have done a lot of amazing work, whether it's on social media, whether it's going out on the streets around the world to protest. And this is why a lot of them, they want their voices to be recognized. And this is why some of them are very critical of a lot of the figures involved who are seen in a putative coalition. Obviously, you know that a lot of them, like Esmailion and Ahmadinejad, and further, even more so, Golshifteh Farahani, they're not particularly popular among a very large section of Iranians, and that has to be understood. It is just that we want to see the voices of the majority, the patriotic Iranians, to be recognized. And we also want to get as many people on board as possible to talk to the world, to bring the voice of the Iranian people to the world, to meet with representatives, to meet with public figures. Not only should Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi do this, but everyone who is supportive and involved should be doing this, because this is what he expects of you and what he expects of pretty much everyone involved. Thank you for now.
Beautiful, beautiful. This is actually perfectly segues into what I was wanting to talk about. So this space was going to be, I wanted to get some opinions of people on the coalition. Okay, so I'm a supporter of Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi, but I'm very flexible when it comes to it, which means not that I just discard him for anybody, but I'm a supporter of Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi, but I want Iran free from the Islamic Republic more than anything. So if it's not him, and if it's somebody who's not Mariam Rajavi or anybody MEK or any reformist or any Islamist, then I'll just suck it up, because that's just what you do when you hate the mullahs this badly. So my question to everybody from the start is, how bad do you hate these Islamic Republic? How bad do you hate these mullahs? Do you hate them that bad that you would actually, put aside minor petty differences and try to unite to win something? That's how bad I hate these mullahs. But I want to hear from some other people. Daniel, I wanted to hear your thoughts. We haven't really touched up on this since it's kind of happened. So give me some thoughts on the coalition. And guys, if you don't want to use the word coalition, you don't have to. Literally, there's just no other word you could use. So you want to say group, Iran, whatever, but coalition just makes the most sense right now. It's a loose coalition at best, but I want to get people's thoughts on it. Daniel, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. So yeah, I mean, I think even Nazanin Bonaidi, like, they're not calling it a coalition, the people who are in it. So this was like a one-time, maybe more unifying tweet of unification. So there's a group of famous people who are talking and decided to tweet together. And if this is a coalition, it's a coalition. If it's not, it's not. Now, I think we've talked a bit before this, and I've stated that I understand why people might want to form a coalition to, I understand the argument in favor is, all right, you need a group that is not NIAC, that can represent the will of the Iranian people in the diaspora, that banding together all these personalities will make sure that they can get on international media outlets with a unified message that is pro-revolution, and it wouldn't, this would make sure that Negar Mortazavi couldn't get on TV, and instead it's Mali Al-Najad and the Shah and on all these people. Okay, that's one thing. And I've also said, at least this coalition includes Reza Pahlavi, because without Reza Pahlavi, this is just a bunch of lefty actresses saying a bunch of stuff with no, it would divide more people than it united. Okay, so it has the Shah in it. All right, fine. Now, before this coalition formed, which we've kind of alluded to, I put out a tweet prior to this tweet of unity against Hamid Ismailian because of the Jason Rezaian article. And as Salman said, I was the first one to report on the PS 752 thing. I am from Canada. I have watched Hamid Ismailian's activism or lack thereof for 3 straight years. And Hamid Ismailian, from what I have seen, and I can go into, if you want more details of why does he not like Hamid Ismailian. If Hamid Ismailian says jump, I say no. And I have all my reasons and years to it, and a lot of things where I do not think he is a leader, and he is at every stage, he has at best done nothing, and at sometimes actively undermined the families of victims and their effort to get it. Like I said, the major reason why it took 3 years for the Canadian government to call this an intentional act of terrorism, it took them 3 years. And the main reason they were allowed to get away with it is Hamid Ismailian. Like when the government accepted the regime's report that it was an accident, Hamid Ismailian was there to pat him on the back. And it was the work of the other families and other activists and people like me and Salman who had to force Hamid Ismailian to say, no, the thing was actually terrorism. And then he came around as terrorism. And then when the government said, okay, fine, we don't accept them, they went on and said, thank you, Hamid Ismailian, for showing us the truth, and gave him all the credit. And then Hamid Ismailian took credit for the work of the other family. And again, so calling this man a leader to me is not, this isn't leadership material. And this is my point. It's like, he's not fought as hard as he could. He's had to be pushed by the other families into the right position. And then he took credit for their work. And we're going to call this man a leader. I say, not my leader. My thing here is, okay, so here's when we have this coalition. And my initial problem with a coalition, like a month ago when we talked about this, and I said, okay, here's the real downfall and the problem with the coalition is once you create a coalition of different people, You then say, okay, these are the official leaders. You now have a target that the regime can attack and break down. So all of Hamid Ismailian's baggage, like Nazanin Boniadi, like she used to be part of Scientology. So if you don't think she has, like an actress who has some ties to Scientology, has some skeletons, you know, you're this. And the regime has money to unearth these skeletons. And can they break down this coalition one by one by one? And then by having a coalition, you have these potential gains, but then you also have these potential risks. So my thing now is, okay, this is what it is. As someone who's totally in support of regime change, I'm not going to publicly, you know, criticize this coalition now. I'll ceasefire. I'm not going to take down my tweet on Hamid Ismailian. You know, I'm going to use. I just assume I'm going to retweet that in 3 months with an "I told you so." But I'm not going to attack. I'm not going to be the one that brings it down. You know, if you think 3 actresses, a soccer player, and Hamid Ismailian are going to take down the regime, I don't buy it, but I'm going to help. I'm going to help them as much as they can. But I think this coalition has some holes that can be exploited, and I hope they succeed. I'm going to try my best to help them succeed. And to your question of like, you know, what price would I pay? Like, again, I'm not Iranian, but I fully support regime change, a free Iran. If the price of regime change is Hamid Ismailian gets a statue in Tehran and is looked at as this great moral leader, and I have to look at the statue in a free Iran, I pay that price 1,000 times. I would put a statue of Hamid Ismailian in my bedroom if that was the condition to get rid of the mullahs. So, you know, it's not an equivalent, my, you know, slight criticism of Hamid Ismailian's leadership tactics versus the Islamic Republic. But I've been cautious of the potential downfalls of a coalition. The coalition has not called itself a coalition, so I don't want to be calling it a coalition. I'll let them decide what they are. But for me, I don't want to be the one that pokes holes in it, so I'm going to support it. I'm also not going to throw all my eggs in that basket and say, you know what, I'm on Team Hamid Ismailian now. But I hope the best for them. I hope they prove me wrong. I hope Hamid Ismailian turns a leaf and becomes the man the media has claimed he is. But am I going to hold my breath? No, I'm going to continue to do what we're doing, and I'm going to continue working with the activists I know are productive, and I'm going to do that.
Right. Great. No, so this is perfectly fine. This is what I wanted, guys. Don't feel like you have to hold back, or just for unity's sake, you can't say what's on your mind. Yeah, everybody come up here, say what you want. So I agree with what a lot of Daniel said. So I'll say this is my piece. I don't love Hamid Ismailian. I think his politics are shitty. I don't like what he did in Berlin when he let, you know, some questionable people on stage. Someone called them separatists. And some people would say, you know, if it wasn't his family, you know, who knows where he would stand on certain things. I don't hate the guy. I feel bad for the guy. I think he's a victim of something. I don't love Hamid Ismailian. I don't love Masih Alinejad. I hate her feminist revolution narrative when it comes to the revolution. This is a general revolution. I don't hate Masih Alinejad. But I hate the Islamic Republic so much more that the way I'm looking at it is I'm trying to figure out, because we're getting 3 months into this revolution, I get worried because I start thinking of, you know, what we're going up against. You know, the Islamic Republic is actually a formidable foe. You know, they've got the guns. They're all united. They're not going anywhere. They don't have any fractions. Well, we got to figure out a way to beat these guys. And the way I'm looking at it is, well, if we can get, you know, what Hamid and what Masih represent to me is maybe more liberal factions of a opposition. I'm not a liberal, but I don't have any issue with people who are liberal when it comes to Iran, just because it's like, I want to win that badly. I'm so sick of us being losers. Every single time this comes around, we're the losers. So I'm sick of losing. And some people, I'm with you, Daniel. So I never have an issue with this. I'm not asking anybody to like poke holes in it, but you know, at the end of the day, I'm a supporter. I'm a follower of Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi. I'm flexible when it comes to him. If we get to a referendum and it's not him, I'm not going to be crying, because at least we got rid of the Islamic Republic. And people will say something worse can come. Nothing worse can be worse than the mullahs. So long as it's not Mariam Rajavi, so long as it's not some other Islamist, nothing will ever be worse than the mullahs. So I don't care, guys. But so that's where I look. And by the way, if it comes to some monarchists, I feel like who are afraid, they think that we're going to get to a referendum, and they are afraid, I guess, maybe, I don't know, that someone's going to hijack it. If you think that you're going to get to a referendum, and Ahmed Esmailioun, who is, what is he, a dentist? Or Masih Alinejad, who I don't even know what her occupation ever was, is going to get more votes than a crown prince, a rightful heir to a throne, then I feel sorry for you. Because, I mean, like, what are we doing here? I don't think that's going to happen. So that's the way I'm looking at it, Daniel. So I want to get some more people's opinions on it. But I want everybody to be open-minded. I don't care what you say. Come up here, say whatever. It's not just some space to say, you know, you have to be on board. I think we should talk it through, because I'm in my circles, mostly I'm with monarchists. A lot of these people that I'm even on spaces or on Twitter, they're like my parents' age. So they're really like aggressive. And they always get mad at me because I'm less aggressive. I'm like, guys, I'm a monarchist, but like, you know, like I want to win. Like if it's not Shahzadeh, like, and it's somebody that I'm okay with, like I'm okay with that, because like we just let's just win. I want to win. I'm tired of being a loser. We've been a loser for 43 years. I'm tired of losing. Okay, I want to get to some other people. You know, I'm going to go to someone I've never heard in this space, but he's been very supportive, and he's not even in these circles of Iranian this stuff. Amin ETF, I believe. Yeah, go ahead, brother. And then we'll go to Amu Salman, and then we'll go to Anahita.
Yeah, hi. My name is Amin Soleimani. Happy Kotlet Day, everybody. No relation. Thanks for putting me on. Thanks for all the information you guys have been sharing. Big fan. I just haven't talked on one of these spaces before. Thought it'd be fun to share what I've been thinking. I sort of also used to think that a lot of the social media, you know, more liberal leaning stuff was maybe not as important. But I've come around. I actually think that the coalition is like an excellent psyop. And I think these things are going to be very important, because I'm kind of with Ahura Mazda, where there's some really horrific shit that Iranians are going to have to do to sort this out. And the more cover that we can get, the better. And Nazanin Boniandi, great cover. Ahmed Esmailioun, great cover. My mom is a dentist. I love my dentist. You know, having him be a representative in the meantime is a great idea. I think what we need from America is help in identifying like how do we as individual Americans, can we even support the freedom fighters? You might notice my profile picture is a tornado. It's because I helped incept a program called Tornado Cash, which was one of the privacy tools until it was sanctioned. It's now treated with the same classification as a terrorist. I hired a former associate director of OFAC legal firm to help me like sort out the crowdfunding regulations. And it's funny because we can't even use the thing that would preserve our own privacy. So in some ways, America is getting in our way when it should be getting out of our way and letting basically there be open season on our mutual enemies. And I think, you know, we will be basically working on all these things in parallel. I think that the inglorious bastards of Iran needs to be made. The Jews certainly have the right idea.
Right. Thanks for that. I mean, okay. All right, I want to get to some other people. I'm going to go to Amu Salman. If you can't keep it concise, Amu Salman, I know me and you know, we're related. We like to rant, but I want to get to some people. Go ahead, Amu Salman, whatever you want to say. Coalition, I want to hear.
Now I think my internet is better. So can you hear me properly?
Yeah, you sound much better.
So,
you sound much better.
What I need for victory, if you're gonna be the winner, you should fight. You should not be a lobby for Justin Trudeau's popularity. I can predict that what Ahmed Esmailioun gonna do at the 3rd anniversary, giving a free platform for some useless sentence from Justin Trudeau's mouth for control damaging about his face. I can predict that how Masih Alinejad gonna help Joe Biden. You know that? You wanna win, you should fight. Coalition doesn't help us. It's really radical thing to say. I know that people gonna call me the names and I don't care. Let me give you two exact examples. In 2009, we were in 350 ward, public ward of Evin prison. The regime executed one political prisoner, Farhad Wakili. Mujahideen MEK was in the prison, monarchist was in prison, lefty was in prison, teachers was in prison, and I was a student activist, Majid Tawakkoli and the other friends. Many people we were in the prison. Zia and lefty, right, reformists, any group that it was a symbol of the Iranian society. What happened? We said that for opposing to this brutal execution, we refused to receive the food from the prison. We didn't go to hunger strike. Don't make me mistake, okay? They give us some egg and potato and some lentil rice and these things, adaspola and these things. We refuse to eat the prison food, okay? So some unity happened. How this unity happened? Because we wanted to fight against the execution of Farhad Wakili. You can go and you can search. It is in the news, okay? When you fight, unity gonna happen. Tonight, me, Daniel, the other friends, with different background, with different opinion, and maybe some Canadian friends, they didn't know who is Qasem Soleimani, but they participated in our rally and I invited them. Daniel explained them who is Qasem Soleimani. Then they celebrated today with us. Why? Because we were doing something. Okay. When you see that most of the people call, oh, unity, coalition, unity, coalition, unity, coalition. This is the result of not fighting. You want to fight? You should not send an email to your member of parliament privately. Then he or she gonna answer you, yeah, I share your concern and I stand with Iranian women. You know that? Useless word. Instead of that, can you hear me? Can you?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, sorry, I received a phone call. Instead of that, we need to go after them. We need publicly shame them. Daniel, you were with me. We were together in the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa. From Vancouver up to the many Toronto, Alberta, Montreal, all over the country. When Justin Trudeau goes, every people from different background, indigenous, Indian, Canadian, Muslims, Jews, all over the country, people say F Trudeau. They shamed Justin Trudeau. The only crowd that Justin Trudeau attends, and he literally does nothing about the revolution in Iran, was the crowd in Ottawa, which was led by Hamid Ismail. You know that? With this kind of guy, we cannot reach to the victory. And the reason that I am monarchist and I support Reza Pahlavi and the other monarchists. Zerex, you said that you are a follower of Shahzadeh. I don't know that. Have you ever played chess or no? I am not the follower of Shahzadeh. I want Shahzadeh, RP, I want Reza Pahlavi for Iran. Nothing is more important for me than Iran, okay? As a soldier of Iran, I walk in front of Shah. I walk in front of King. I don't use Shahzadeh or King as my shield, okay? He is a king. He is a kind father for the family. He should do his own rule. And as a soldier, I have do my own rule. I do remember, and politely, humbly, I didn't share it, but the video is in my Facebook Live. If it is necessary, I'm gonna share it. I do remember it 2 years ago. I was the only one without mask proudly in the open space. I have a lion and sun flag. Some member of association PS752, they came to me. They said that, Salman, may you please remove your flag? I said that, why? They said that, because of people in Iran. I said that I have the lion and sun flag exactly because of the people of Iran. You see that? This is not a leadership. Member of PS752 association, they came to me and they said that, why you have a placard, why you have a banner, why you have a sign that you asking for designate IRGC in the terrorist list group in Canada. And even Hamid Ismailian confessed that for 1 year, which was more than 1 year, at least 1 year and a half, okay, he said that for 1 year, the association didn't want IRGC in the list. This is not a leadership. At the best case scenario, they follow the things that my good friend Mehdi Amin did, the other friend Adishur did, I did, Daniel did, Siavai Sufi did. Okay, these are the facts on the ground. Canadian member of parliaments, they know that. Some media, they know that. But it's not in favor of globalist lefty agenda. They don't want to publish that. Masih Alinejad, she has done something good. But up to 2 years ago, she was against sanction. We never forget that. They voted, let me finish. They voted for Biden. Biden is the same person that trying to negotiating and giving money to the regime. This is not a leadership, and we do not need this coalition. And one more thing, when the regime killed Mahsa Amini, okay, people in Iran protested. When they protested, this protest was not answering to invitation of Shahzadeh or some Kurdish party or any activist outside of Iran. It was a grassroots protest. Let them say that the best coalition in the world has shaped tonight. What would be happen tomorrow? There is no middle circle between outside and inside of the Iran yet. And Shahzadeh said that we need some middle group, middle circle, middle bridge, okay? Don't think that after coalition, we're gonna have a victory. No. After the mechanical coalition, if you push unorganically for a coalition, after that, disappointment gonna happen, disappointment. Coalition gonna happen naturally, organically, which is happening from inside the Iran, from Majid Reza Rahnavard and the other people who chanting the name of Shahzadeh. The only coalition, my last sentence, that we need is the coalition between the nation and the king. That's it.
All right. Thank you for that, Salman. Yeah, I mean, like I said, everybody's going to have their own opinions of it. Like I said, when it comes to, I mean, this is something clearly a lot of Iranians, maybe inside Iran, I never really cared for one. I was a follower of Shahzadeh, and when I say follower, I just think he's the best equipped to do the job. I look at the other people around him. I don't have a lot of faith in a dentist who is very liberal. I don't have a lot of faith in Masih because, like, what is her experience? And I don't even know if she has faith in herself to be some sort of leader of Iran. None of these people are serious characters for like what I'm looking for, which is a politician. Only politician of the group was Shahzadeh. So when I say I'm a follower to him the same way I am a Republican candidate running for office in the United States of America. Okay, I'm a more conservative guy. I'm going to vote for him. Doesn't mean I'm his slave. That just means that's the guy I see that is the most fit for the job. So I want to go to somebody else. Maybe they have a different opinion of it. Okay, let's go to Massa. Massa, you are a big fan of well, I don't want to say you're a big fan. I don't know where you stand, but one thing I know about you is, you're good friends with Masih herself. You are a fan of this. And I saw you calling out a lot of people who were against a coalition. So what is your opinion, Masih? And let's keep this civil, guys. This is really going a lot better than I thought. I want to keep it that way. Go ahead, Masih. Or Massa. Oh, wow. You see that?
No, I gave you my opinion on this unity that got displayed. I think this is like a step towards a bigger cause, and I believe that once obviously they're in contact outside of Twitter. So I think they just wanted to put it out there for other people to know that yes, we are in contact. They wanted to give people of Iran some sort of a assurance that we are doing what we can outside of here for you. And they wanted to sort of display the same diversity that we have within Iran, outside of Iran. And I think this diversity is our strength, and it's going to help the cause. So this is what I think. And I think that if you all, some of you guys that spoke, if you all believe that, the prince himself has the majority of Iranians, if you want to name it, vote or support, then there's no need into going into bashing other people when you know that he's gonna win it at the end. So at this point, we have to empower one another and help pretty much just
Massa,
echo and emphasize on the voices of Iranians. That's pretty
Massa,
much
let me interrupt you. So I have a question for you. There are a lot of people who are skeptical of a coalition. Why do you think they are? What is the reasoning behind this? What do you think drives them to this conclusion where they're like, this thing, I don't really know about this. I'm not a fan of the coalition. What do you think this is about? Go ahead.
Like, I don't know what's in their brain, but my understanding or like my observation is that first of all, we don't really have a real data coming from Iran to know what percentage of the population of Iran is monarchist, what percentage is, Republicans or whatever. Like, we don't really have that sort of a data. But the only name that comes up in the protests is the name of the Pahlavi dynasty. So that just shows, like, recently we just had I can't remember what city it was. I think it was sorry, I can't remember the name of the city, but they said Valiaht bia be dad ma beres, like meaning Prince, come to help us, come, like, be our savior, pretty much. So when you hear things like that, knowing the fact that in Iran people are risking their lives. Like, if you come out there and say that, I want freedom, that's one thing. But if you come out there and say, I want freedom, and I want, the Pahlavis to come back, that's a double, that's another motive for the regime to arrest you and to torture you. What they did with Majid Reza, because he had the Lion and Sun flag on his arm, they broke or burnt his arm. They tortured him and they executed him because he was also against Islam on top of that. So when people are out there bravely expressing what they want, that's bravery, and we should respect that. So you know me, like, I support the prince himself, and I also support everybody on this coalition, whatever you want to name it, on this crew, because I believe that we need all of the forces to bring down the Islamic Republic, because the Islamic Republic is not going to
one person cannot do this. We need everybody in this. That's my perspective.
Yeah.
Martha, may I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Do you think Majid Reza Rahnavard with the lion and sun tattoo on his hand gonna consider Hamid Ismailion as his leader?
Unfortunately, he's not here with us to be able to answer that question, and I don't know.
Have you ever seen that Hamid Ismailion wave lion and sun flag?
I've seen him posing a picture with one, yes.
No, I seen him that opposing lion and sun flag. I have the video of that. Just I asked this question not for my answer because I know Hamid and I talked with him personally. So I just asked it for the clarification. Thank you for answering that.
Yeah, so and that's a good point, but Salman said something very important there too. He said, "Do you view Hamid as your leader?" I don't think it. I mean, honestly, this is a really good point that Massa brought up too. I think with a monarchist crowd, I'm part of them. I do get upset with some monarchists when they go after some of these figures because I think that there are some monarchists that have made these figures bigger than what they are. When you go after Hamid Esmailion and you like obsess over him and Masih Alinejad, and you like compare him to Reza Pahlavi, why are you doing that? What you are doing is you're putting them on the same level as Shahzadeh. I don't know why you guys do that. I think that you should stop doing show me one example where anybody inside of Iran has said the name of Hamid Esmailion. Never. I think that a lot of people in Iran don't take him seriously. They don't take Masih seriously. Maybe they see him as useful vehicles, and that's what they are. So I'm not saying this even to Salman. I'm saying this to a lot of monarchists. Some of you guys have done a bad job because you guys have went after these people and you've made them bigger than what they are. You have made them rivals of Shahzadeh because you won't stop talking about them in this way, and you compare them to Shahzadeh. Stop comparing them to Shahzadeh.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point. Like, can I ask a question maybe to the Iranian crowd?
Go ahead. Talk.
As this is, I'm going to go pure Canada here, right? Canadian boy, not born or raised in Iran, don't speak Farsi outside of Magbar Khamenei and the like. When we say a leader in Canada or in America, in the North American context, it doesn't mean the leader. It doesn't mean candidate for president, right? There's just, he's one of the leaders. It's just leader in the way that the Washington Post characterizes Esmailion is someone to look to as a moral force within this revolution. Doesn't mean a candidate for future office in Iran. Now, that being said, I stand by my criticism of him and his baseline leadership skills for the reasons I outlined beforehand. But I think Xerxes is onto something here where for people who would agree with me on my characterization of Esmailion and people who disagree, fine. You're all allowed to have your opinions about him, and I'm not mad about any of it. But the people who agree with me, I got to caution you, like Xerxes, don't take it to mean that the Washington Post is promoting him as the leader, like the big guy. It doesn't mean presidential candidate, cast your votes for him. It's more nebulous term of one of the people to look up to for all these different things. And I've outlined the reasons why I don't look up to the man, and I said it, and I stand by it. But again, as long as this quasi-coalition is a thing out there in the ether that it can do some good, maybe. I'm not going to be the one that tears it down. I'm not going to spend my energy complaining about Hamid Esmailion anymore, or my problems with Masih Alinejad or any of that. Like, I'm gonna fight some mullahs. I'm going to expand my new activist group called BLM, which stands for Basiji Lives Don't Matter. And I saw that the people of Iran did a very good job taking down a top Basiji today. So I just want to compliment you on that. The BLM movement is very proud of you. A big win for us today.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Daniel, his real thing when it comes to Iran is, he wants to see the mullahs gone, but he's trying to start a new BLM chapter inside of Iran. So that's his goal. But really,
Xerxes, I'm gonna oppose to Daniel's opinion. Let me say,
Yeah, I never see this, so go ahead. Yeah,
No,
Father Dave.
we both are free speech advocate. You can be disagree with each other, and you can be still be a good friend. Nothing wrong with that. So, Daniel, those monarchists that sometimes go harsh against, I don't know, Masih or Ahmed or any lefty activist or influencer, how Shahzada described them. So, according to his story, uh, I don't want to use the word always, but most of the time, they were right. You know that. They were that for 43 years. They have never say yes to regime. You know that they have never participated in regime's election. Unfortunately, I don't have that honor to be one of them, but I totally understand their passion. If you see that, for example, up to 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, Golshifte called down fuck shit about Lion and Sun flag. All of a sudden, Golshifte Farahani, famous actress, changed his opinion. It was because of those monarchists. Up to 3 months ago, Hamed Ismailion, even not 3 months ago, 1 month ago, even Hamed Ismailion didn't go to say hi and welcome to Shahzadeh. He chose to have a photo with bad fame Nayaki regime supporter Jason Rezaian. But even he refused to shake hands with Shahzadeh. Now you can see that they issue the same tweet at the same time. Some percentage of this credit goes to those monarchists that publicly and aggressively attack, criticize, whatever word you're gonna use it, okay? They did. They deserve some respect. For over 43 years, all of their prediction was right. You know that? They deserve some credibility. I'm saying that I don't have that honor to be one of them. I did lots of mistakes, but when I see that whatever they said about Messi, it was right. Whatever they said about Hamed, it was right. Whatever they said about Golshifte, it was right. If those lefty move to a bit, 5%, 1%, 2% to the right direction, it was because of that pressure. And I think that sometimes the public opinion, the grassroots opinion is matter. And instead of just shooting to our leg, and yes, we don't have any specific data that how many people in Iran are supporter of monarchies or supporter of RP, Shahzadeh, Pahlavi, and these things. But we know that the majority of the guys, look at their grave, okay? The majority of the guys in November 19, the majority of the guys in recent revolution, they sacrificed their life for their national identity. They are patriots. The chance that patriots support Pahlavi, the chance that the patriots hate Biden, Macron, Trudeau, or whatever, is much more greater than that the chance the other people.
Right.
So, well, I'm
Right.
saying that, and by the way, Massa, when I say that you are brainwashed by the media, diversity is our strength. It is a Justin Trudeau's chant, and we see the result in Canada. Diversity is our strength is not a great thing. I think that our bravery, our patriotism is our strength.
Right. Thank you for that, Salman.
Can I just I just want to clarify super quickly. I'll get off it. My point is not to not criticize Ismailian. I mean, I criticize him, but it's to make Xerxes' point. When you criticize Ismailian, criticize him for, don't say, oh, no to Ismailian because Pahlavi, not Ismailian, right? Because don't put him on the same level like Xerxes said. But the reason that Hamed Ismailian's not a leader is like, the hypocrisy of him to be a coalition guy when he had the big rally in Berlin and then wouldn't let monarchists speak, right? So this is a man who doesn't believe in coalitions. He only wants his people there. And you can't say, oh, the Lion and Sun flag is divisive, but communist flags are not. There's a lot of criticism of Ismailian. So if you want to criticize these characters, I'm not stopping you. I'm encouraging you. But I'm saying is, when you criticize them for what they've done. Don't say, well, not them. Like, they're not the leader. Pahlavi is the leader, because it's sort of a false dichotomy there.
Right. And so this is important to me too when we talk about it is, we're talking about so what I don't like is, we're talking about a democracy here. You guys are free to criticize whoever. If you are a monarchist, I'm looking at your political strategy and I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, putting Shahzadeh on the same level as these people. I just find it as bad political strategy. But you know what? You guys do as you please. End of the day, I think even any monarchist, you tell them, if we were to get in some sort of a coalition and it gives us a better odds of winning, you just take it. Because I wanted to bring up a certain point for some. I was in a space and I think they were onto something. One thing I look at when I look at monarchists is there's two versions of monarchists. There's one version who believes Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi is playing 5D chess, and you guys don't really know what's up his sleeve, but there's something there, and just, sit tight, buckle up, and something's coming. And they're patient. And then there's the other brand of monarchist, and they believe that he needs to be more aggressive. You hear this, you'll see this happening all the time. He needs to be more aggressive. He needs to be like they always bring up his grandpa. They say Reza Shah. He needs to be like Reza Shah. And he needs to get the reins and really be in control. These are two versions of different monarchs. I don't think they're far apart. I think sometimes you'll be one version or the other. Like, sometimes you're patient, and then sometimes you see some Iranians getting killed in the streets, and you're like more impatient. I've been each of those. More so, I've been patient just because I don't know. I trust the guy. I think he's just a patient, smart politician, and I don't think he wants to be a dictator. I think he wants to get to a referendum, and maybe he trusts his voting bloc there. But these are two different, I think, sections of monarchists. And I think the section that always was like, he needs to be more forceful, he needs to be more aggressive, I think they probably feel more vindicated with this whole thing. Because, somebody's got to say, maybe if it was like that, there would never need to be these other characters. There would never need to be some Hamed Esmailion who, I'm not a fan of. There would never have to be some of these people. So maybe there's some truth to that. There are some people I see talk like this, and sometimes I think about it in this way. I'm like, even if you didn't like these people, I never wanted this either. I never wanted this, but I don't care. Even if you're a monarchist, you can't, to me, you have to hate. How badly do you hate this Islamic Republic? And do you hate them bad enough to where, like, small petty differences you put aside because you just want to win? I just want to win. I don't care. I don't give a shit about Hamed Esmailion. If we get to the voting bloc, I don't think there's going to be 10-15% of Iranians who vote for this guy. So I don't care about him. But if he brings me 100, 200,000 more liberal people who I don't like their politics, but maybe I need them because there's more Iranians, I'll take it. I don't care. Sign me up. I'm sick of losing.
What about, Zorex, if we play liberal politics to prevent Justin Trudeau to designate IRGC in the list? What about if they don't help? What about if they prevent your victory?
Let me answer this. You know what's the best part about me not worrying about liberals is because liberals have failed Iranian people. Their policies have, and Iranians know it. I know for a fact that if any sort of liberal or leftist tries to go in Iran, it's never going to work out for them at the voting polls because Iranians know how bad they failed them. That's why I'm not worried about these.
We have lots of distance to voting polls. Yes, liberals failed Iranian. Unfortunately, you said that liberal fails Iranian. Can we agree on this?
Yeah, I've said this 5 times.
Okay,
Yeah.
Liberal failed Iranian. What about those who work in favor of liberals? So they are working in favor of those who failed Iranian. They are part of the
I know.
problem. They are not. They are not part of the solution. According to what you said right now, liberal failed Iranian. What about those who advocate Justin Trudeau, who advocate Biden, who advocate Macron? Give me the answer for that.
But yeah, I'll give you the answer. Salman, when it comes to Iran, you're just going to have to learn that we just have to be bipartisan. It's just going to have to be the way it is. I don't like liberals. I don't like their policies. But if there's going to be some liberals that come out and say, yeah, we fucked up when it came to Iran, then I'll bring them in and I'll accept them because I'm tired of losing. Maybe you're okay with losing because you just want to be more conservative. I'm more conservative too, but I'm tired of the mullahs winning and us losing. Maybe just because we want to be in. Listen, there's no more mistakes about Iran. There's no more reformist option when it comes to Iran. I'm not afraid of these leftists. And I'm not afraid of Iranians inside of Iran selecting these leftists to be their politicians. They won't do it. So I'm not worried about any
as your uncle, do you agree that I have more courage than you? I'm not afraid of those liberals as well, okay? Being bipartisan is something good, which I advocated, which I do it. I invite liberal and conservative to my rally, to our rally, to people. It's not my rally, it's a people's rally. To Mel Last Man Square on a weekly basis each Saturday. Both parties, okay? We create pressure over liberals. We call this bipartisan. While Justin Trudeau is in the corner, they are reduced the pressure from Justin Trudeau. This is not bipartisan. They are lobbying for Liberal Party. They are lobbying Masih Alinejad, Roya Haqqakian, and the others. They are lobbying for Democrats. They don't say anything seriously against Joe Biden, but they did their best against President Trump. This is not bipartisan. Bipartisan means that what we did in Last Man Square, we called Liberal MP. In front of that Liberal MP, we chanted that not 1,000, not 10,000, whole IRGC must be in the list. This is bipartisan. These are lobbying for a Liberal Party. You cannot say that after 3 years, Justin Trudeau, even not Justin Trudeau, in a statement with Foreign Affairs, they said that some member of IRGC did something intentionally. After 3 years, it takes 3 years for Justin Trudeau's government to first time say that the word intentional.
Solomon, I have a question for you. I have a question for you.
Let me finish. This is not bipartisan. They are lobbying for those people that failed Iranian.
So here's the thing. So you live in Canada, I live in America. I agree with you. We're on the same page when we're talking about who failed them. But I have a question for you. If somebody who voted more liberally in the past or a Democrat, would you allow them to be part of a group if they acknowledge that they made a mistake in their policies and the people they voted for failed them? Would you? But even they would say maybe they're just more socially liberal. I don't like these people. I'm not socially liberal and I'm fiscally conservative. Everybody knows it. But when it comes to Iran, I really don't give a shit because I want everybody in my circle and I want to get us to the referendum. I don't really care what it takes to get there because I know when we get to the referendum, my side's going to win anyways. Maybe other people are afraid that some leftist MEK guy is going to win. If you think that some MEK Islamist or somebody's going to win in an election inside of Iran, well, I feel bad for you because you're probably a very stupid person. I'm not really worried about that. Iranians understand so badly that leftists have failed them, so I'm not worried about that. I want to do whatever it takes to get to a referendum, whatever it takes. I'm so sick of this. So I'm with you.
With unity, Zarek.
Salman,
just one sentence.
Okay,
one sentence. With unity, with leftists, we don't reach to referendum day. This is what I'm saying. You're gonna go bipartisan, push Biden administration instead of defending Biden administration and saying that thank you for standing with Iranian women. Go and criticize just Biden's administration, not some like some actors that we ask you stop negotiating with the regime until the violence continue. Wow,
my thing is this.
Stopping negotiating forever. They don't create real pressure on liberals, on leftists, who's truly, you said that, they failed Iranian people. Okay?
Right.
Bipartisan issue is something good. But if you are advocating, still you are advocating. When I said you, I don't mean exactly Zorex, the lefty guys, okay? With unity with lefties, we gonna betray the patriots like Majid Reza Rahnavard. We're gonna empty the back of people of Iran. We don't reach to the vote day. Yes, if there is a ballot box, I have no concern that who are in majority. If there is a ballot box, if there is a referendum, if there is a block, with unity to lefty, we cannot reach to
See,
that
this is
game.
so. This is my problem with it. Is you are being way too polarizing about it. Like what I have seen is there are people on the left. Okay, I never voted for Biden. I voted for Trump both times. I voted for Trump both times. Okay, but I have friends maybe who are Democrats. They are up and they're Iranians and they don't agree with me. They really don't like me. They think I'm way too far conservative. But they want to free Iran, but their policies are still very liberal. You make it seem like it's like all leftists versus right wingers, and I think that we just need to create an environment where we say, listen, you want to come free Iran, you want to give up these policies that have fucked over Iran, come join our circle. You want to vote for people who have fucked over Iran, we're not cool with it. You're for reformists, we're not cool with it. You're with Islamists, we're not cool with it. You're with MEK, we're not cool with it. But if you want to come with us, if you want to free Iran, come with us. We'll put aside previous stuff. Have to figure out a way to do this, I think, because like sitting on this island by ourselves being conservatives, we're going to get our asses kicked like we always do. And I'm so sick of it. But anyways, I want to go to other people.
Just one sentence I'm going to say that.
So many people are waiting for
Just one
sentence.
sentence.
There are many people are waiting to talk. Thank you for both of you. And let's others speak also.
One sentence, Bao. Zerex, don't take it personal. The guy who has not enough self-confidence is you. When I said that we do not lefty, because I do believe that we are majority without lefty. We can finish the job. We just need to stand on our value with no appeasement.
Okay, and
my last point here, we can bring other people.
We'll go to Daniel. We'll go to Daniel. But I will also say, Salman, I worry about you because I've heard you say a sentence where you say, I don't care if it has to be just me on an island with my values, and I'm going to stand by that. I respect that, but I don't think we're going to win. I think we're going to lose if we just can't figure out a way to bring more people to win this war. But that's okay, Salman. We're on the same page. We're thinking out loud. We're just spitballing here. This is what this is about. We're going to keep doing this. We don't disagree with each other. We're just thinking aloud. Daniel, go ahead.
Oh yeah, thanks. All right, so this is where Salman and I have some differences here in how I approach the revolution, and I have two levels to this, and one is the more general level, and this is where Salman and I have some disagreements, and the other is the higher level one, which I actually adopt the Salman approach. So, in terms of onboarding people, like to join the revolution, let's say, and someone says, "Oh, I like Malia Najad and her My Stealthy Freedom thing." I don't freak out on them if I have some things with her. I think that's a good thing. They're onboarded to the revolution, right? You want to join as a foot soldier to free Iran? I don't think we can have that high a cost of entry to people, or else people are going to back away. And if they need to take the Malia Najad feminist revolution approach to get in the door, so be it. Get in the door. I'm not going to talk down to them. I think that's great. And you come here and you're there. And I think, there's no point. And, I think this is a door to say, well, it's not just a feminist revolution. The women chant Mag Mihanabadi as the men chant Zanzagdi Azadi because it's a general revolution. This isn't really a Masha Amini, 2019, yada, 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 right? Onboard them, join the cause, right? And, people can't be bombarded when they come in here. Like if they voted Democrat once, all Democrats are evil. We can't have you here. Like no globalists, right? They're just going to back out of it right away. But at some point, if you go around the Iran Revolution long enough, people need to learn why the Democrat Obama era foreign policy was so destructive to the Iranian people, and why the Trump era foreign policy was so good for the Iranian people. And this is just the truth of geopolitical realities. Now, there's another level to this where I believe in being extremely vigilant and hyper, exclusionary. And that's in sort of like leadership positions as it comes down to the coalition. Like, who do I trust, right? Who's in, what group messages do I actively going to participate into and like really trust someone here? Because, the regime has, you might not be part of the regime, but it has an intricate, high-funded propaganda system. There's a lot of bad ideas that run out there. So like, who has my trust here, right? That's a pretty hard bar. It's like, I got to know you personally, if someone I know vouches for you, if I seen but this is like the next level, right? Not foot soldier level, because I think we need to be able to have this open and gain momentum. And the Democratic Party and the Europeans are shifting. Like the UK just said they're going to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. And this is very good. And you don't get stuff like this without changes in the general population. And I think we need to be a lot more lenient on who we allow in on a general level. But when it comes to the next level of like, okay, who gets to assume some sort of leadership, right? Anyone can enlist as a private in the army, but when we give out commissions for officer, right, that needs to be a very, very high bar because of all the things the regime has done. So that's how I look at it. And my distrust, and one of my other things is like my distrust of a lot of people. I always used to call it like the Ali Assasi thing. And this is a lot of the Hamid Ismailian thing, and a lot of the so-called coalition people is Ali Assasi is a politician in the Liberal Party of Canada. And my problem with Ali Assasi, and I've said this to my friends, and it is at any moment, this man can cash in his chips and get the IRGC listed as a terrorist organization. He could buck trend, go against Justin Trudeau, make a stand, and put his career on the line, gamble it on behalf of the Iranian people. And he refuses to do that, right? Hamid Ismailian has all these chips too. Hamid Ismailian has enough leverage that with the Liberal Party of Canada that at any moment, Hamid Ismailian can cash in his chips and get the IRGC listed as a terrorist organization. Every day, Hamid Ismailian wakes up with the decision of, do I do this or do I not? And every day he's chosen not to. So this is my sort of leadership test personally. Like, this is when I knew is like, will this person, will they take a hit for the people? And, Salman's been to jail. Some of you know my long-standing fight with the Conservative Party in Canada that, I don't get one of those cushy Conservative Inc., jobs at, these backhanded, what you would call like deep state entities where like the government, and the their quasi lobbyist groups funnel money to media entities. Like, I'm out of that circle. I'm out of it. I went to war with the Conservative Party over some problems I had with the thing, but I've paid my price. Salman's paid his price. There's other people I know who will pay the price, and that's where I think we say, okay, these people are trusted leaders. But just someone to like participate in the revolution, I think we got to be really inclusive on that level. But when it comes to this is the people you should look up to, well, I think you need a really, really, really high bar to give someone an officer commission, and that's how I look at it.
Yeah, that's a really good assessment. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go to some other speakers here. Real quickly, if you like this space, tweet it out. If you want to give some people a follow. Daniel, since Netanyahu got elected, his hours at the Mossad, they've skyrocketed. He's been in these spaces like almost every day. So, we really thank him for that. I want to go to some other speakers.
I know you want to go to other speakers, but I want to introduce one of your speakers, actually. May I?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so Ghazal, I think Ghazal is the next person that's going up. And just to give you a background on who she is.
I know her background. Yeah, I'm very familiar. Okay. She's been in my spaces a lot, actually.
Okay,
yeah.
so
we know her. Yeah.
Okay, no, I know you guys know her, but do you want me to? Okay, then introduce her to your
no, give her she deserves an introduction.
Yeah, I believe she does, right?
Yeah, weighing, starting in this corner, weighing in at.
Welcome, خوش اومدی.
So Ghazoleh, or Ghazal, is the daughter of Jamshid Sharmat, and he's he's an Iranian-German journalist who's been kidnapped by the Islamic regime
from Dubai, if I'm not mistaken, in 2020. And he's been charged with allegations of being a spy for foreign Western countries. And he is now he remains in jail in Iran. And there you go, Ghazal John, the floor is yours.
Yeah, go ahead. Beautiful introduction. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Masa, for the beautiful introduction. Thank you. And I'm glad to be back here and listening to you guys. It's always a pleasure to listen to opposing voices, especially opposing to mine. I always learn a lot. I wanted to give you my 2 cents about the coalition. And I think where we see it differently, mostly, is what the coalition's job is. And I don't think the coalition equals leadership. That's the biggest difference from what I have talked to the people who are involved into this coalition and what I've seen so far. The coalition does not equal leadership. We have seen 4 months of leadership coming out of Iran itself. It was a grassroots movement, as you guys said. It did not start with Masa. It started way before that. We all know that. And opposition groups are working hard right now. Leadership is inside the country, and whoever is part of this coalition right now does not represent a leader. The people outside of Iran, whether it's me or big accounts on Twitter or Shahzadeh, whoever it is, right now our role, the way I see it, is to be Bolangu. What is it in English? Like a megaphone. We are here to support and echo the voices from inside of Iran. That is what we're here. And if I had millions of followers, then it would be my job right now. Never mind what my actual views are or what I want for Iran, whatever the people of Iran want, that would be my job to echo it. And that's how I see the coalition. And that's why I'm supporting it and saying that I don't, at this point, even though there is a lot of criticism, which is right, and I agree on a lot of points that have been mentioned over here. I don't think it's the time right now to be criticizing the leaders and their views. There's always a time for it, and we all pretty much agree on what we see and what they've done. We know some of them have no political background and nothing at all. But if what Daniel just said right now and what Xerxes also said is we're in it to win, and we are here to use their voices, and that's in no way a bad thing. We're not abusing them, we're using their power. If you have an outreach of millions of people, I don't care if you're Padishah, if you're liberal, if you're whatever you are. That's what I did when I was working for my dad, and I explained that before. Mina Ahadi is a complete leftist and completely different from my dad's view, who is a Padishah, who wants a kingdom for Iran. That's what he was working for. They have completely clashing views, and she was the voice of my dad, and she brought attention to his case in Germany, which is a pretty liberal country. So we can use these people, we can use their power, and that's what their job is. They should not get out of this job. We should pay attention to that. But that's also what I hear from the people who are contacted me from Iran. They're not telling me, I want Masih or I want the Pahlavis or whoever. That's not what I hear from them. What I hear from them is pretty much, when do you guys get your shit together out there and form a group that can talk for us? When do you guys finally unite and be our voice? When do you stop fighting about petty things? And all I can reply is I wish I had more influence on these people and I could do something there. But that's why I'm so happy to see that there is something forming. And I think it is in all of our interest to support it at this point, because that's what we need. We need people like a body of people that foreign countries, foreign leaderships can talk to. And unfortunately, we're not living in a world where we all have the same view. That would be fantastic. We're living in a world where we have clashing views. And the coalition is exactly that, getting together these clashing views into a group of people that we have all not control over, but like we can all look at, watch at, and make sure that they're representing what the people of Iran want and represent that to the leaders of the world and move everything along. And if we all agree that this is their only job, then I think it's okay to have these people in that coalition because they have so much influence. And that's the end of my 2 cents. Thank you so much.
That was excellent. That was perfect. And Massa, thank you for doing that introduction, guys. If you haven't been in these spaces with Massa, like her kids are always running around wild. So I don't know what you did tonight. Maybe you gave them melatonin or something. But I thank you for that.
No, it's too late. They're out at 8:39. It's 1 a.m.
Oh, they're already
right now.
Okay, yeah. Just keep. So I'll do these spaces later, so you can put them to bed quicker, because they're always running around breaking stuff and yelling at you. So this has been fantastic. I want to get to some other people. Ahura Mazda, go ahead. I really like what you said earlier, and I like how you speak too. It's like story time whenever you're speaking. I feel like I'm in the 5th grade again or something. So go ahead, Ahura Mazda.
Yeah, thanks, Xerxes. I just wanted to point out something. I think we're not going to really get to the heart of the matter if we don't discuss why Iranians or monarchists get up in arms when they see Ahmed Ismailioun being featured in an op-ed by Jason Rezaian in Washington Post. So for that, we need to harken back to 1979 and a few years prior, where we had Khomeini, the Ayatollah, being propped up and basically put out there and promoted by BBC, and basically sheltered by the French. And when monarchists look back at that, they see the liberal elements that Salman was talking about, developing this Ayatollah of death and destruction to come and wreak havoc on Iran. So that's one thing that we need to keep in mind. And what I wanted to get to is intent. Intent is very important for people, especially those who are in this coalition, to make their intent well known. When we hear of, what I could give credit to Ahmed Ismailioun is his ability to gather people, especially in the beginning stages of this revolution, where we had 80,000-90,000 people show up to Berlin. But he quickly lost that credibility when he basically didn't allow or wasn't too fond of people bringing the Lion Sun flag to that rally, or didn't give a podium for people to speak from the monarchist point of view. So it wasn't an all-inclusive kind of a philosophy that he was following. So his intent is murky. That's the reason here that that monarchists get up in arms when we see Ahmed Ismailioun featured in a left-wing paper like the Washington Post. And to add insult to injury, many view Jason Rezaian as a NIAC agent, as a agent of the moderate faction of the regime. So let's just kind of look at that and figure out how can we remedy this if we want to move forward with this coalition. I personally am more in your side of things, Xerxes. There's an old proverb in Persian that says, let our donkey cross the bridge first. And with that said, we should be vigilant when we're crossing that donkey across the bridge. And in layman terms, that means let us reach our goals first before we mess that up. So that's one point. Another point is I wanted to get back to these kids in Iran and what their view is on this. They're super excited about this. The forum that I was talking about, this self-defense kind of coalition that's happening inside Iran, they view this coalition outside as a complement to what they're doing inside. And they think this could be the last nail in the coffin of the Islamic Republic. So just wanted to throw that out there as well. That there are so many things that we need to consider before we attack people. And I just wish that people who are in somewhat of a leadership position, they become more clear with their intent and show their true selves as to why they're doing what they're doing, what they want to do, and what they see in their own future. And I think that will help a lot. But I do agree we do need to kind of come together. Everyone's going to play their own role. I could see Ahmed Ismailioun playing somewhat of a community activist kind of a role in here. I don't see him as a leader. I do see Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi, the prince, as the leader. He's basically what most people inside Iran, that's just anecdotally listening to these spaces, these kids who are forming this coalition of self-defense inside Iran. I could tell many of them have very fond feelings for the Shah. They're very well informed. All these, the Manotol and Iran International documentaries about pre-1979 life in Iran has really woken up people. And I think we were talking about this, the Shah being a right wing, or the Prince Reza Pahlavi being a right wing. And excuse my French, in my opinion, they're a socialist wet dream. What Shah was doing, free college education, free healthcare, this is a wet dream for Bernie Sanders. So to paint them as right wingers is a disjustice. It's not doing justice to what they've done and their legacy. That's just one thing I wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, and I want to really clarify this when we talk about Shahzada Reza Pahlavi and this image of him. I think what people are seeing is a figure, and I mentioned this earlier. I think Massar brought it up, where she brought up the. I don't think she called it right wing, but I think there is that perception of him being right wing. Guys, there's a difference between being nationalist and right wing. This is somebody who people view as a nationalist. This is very healthy for Iran. This is a country that has been robbed of national identity completely by these mullahs. And nothing scares these people more than national identity. These guys are not. This is not a right-wing figure. This is a nationalist figure. And if you've seen what I've tweeted about, I think nationalism is the cure for what's happened inside of Iran for the past 43 years. When these people are ashamed of being Iranian, when they're not allowed to be Iranian, they're not allowed to celebrate Cyrus the Great. Guys try to destroy Persepolis like Taleghani. These guys are, they hate everything Persian. They hate everything Iranian. So the cure to this is nationalism. That's why I think a lot of people like Shahzadeh Reza Pahlavi. If the prescription is, or if the diagnosis is a lack of nationalism, well, here's your prescription. So I want to go.
And Xerxes, not to mention these mullahs, they don't even celebrate Persian New Year. I mean, have you ever seen a mullah have his Hafsin?
I said this earlier. I actually have a tweet about it. About I compared Joe Biden's Hafsin. I compared it to Raisi's. I mean, this is really embarrassing. These guys have just a Quran next to Khomeini's pictures. I mean, I'm correct. This is really gross stuff. Okay,
and I wanted to, in Xerxes, I'm not sure if. I just want to throw something out there real quick. I'm sorry, I'll be very quick. These mullahs, a lot of them don't have Persian heritage. During the Ottoman era, a lot of them, because there were Shia clerics, they were pushed out and persecuted by Ottomans. And they went eastward towards Iran, and they seek refuge there. So if you go back 1, 2, 3, 4 generations, you'll see none of them are Iranian. Most of them, I can't say none, but most of them are not Iranian. That's where this is coming from. This is why they were anti-Iran and anti-Iranian history. Just wanted to throw that out there for our American friends, because I don't think most Iranians know this. This is a fact, and people need to go and study this. Right. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, I want to go to Piruz. So I believe Piruz is somebody who is inside of Iran, possibly. That's what somebody told me earlier. So you're not inside of Iran, Piruz? Bahar told me you're inside of Iran.
My bad. I'm in the
middle. It's okay. Well, I called on you anyway, so go ahead. It's fine. Go ahead.
I live in Vancouver. No, I've been outside of Iran for.
That's basically Iran. I mean, I've seen.
Yeah, I live very close to Lonsdale, so it's like the same thing as Tehran, Valias or Pahlavi Street. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I heard the discussion between Salman and Xerxes, if I pronounce it right, and somehow I agree with both of you. But I just want to say something. The whole idea of this revolution, every single day that we move on, we see that the forces like the lefties and the liberals and those who have problem with the Iranians, what do you call it, identity, and all these things, they give up because they see these forces from Iran, these young people who have like tattoos in their arms of lion and sun, and I think over time they will bend over and they will bow to the will of Iranian youth, and which is the, what do you call it, the the national heritage of Iran. Even and the other thing is that at the very same time, I think we should still be very diplomatic regarding dealing with people like Ismail Leon, not criticizing him. I mean, we should criticize him. I was one of those people who lost 2 accounts just because of criticizing Golshifteh and Ismail Leon, and even within this Twitter itself, you see people. I mean, I have a personal experience I want to share with you. There was a space like there were 4 people inside it, and I was talking about Shahzadeh, and I was talking about monarchies, and I was just expressing my own ideas, and I was just bounced out of that space by somebody, but now I see her, in these spaces, like sitting down, and and she doesn't even dare to comment on these things. So I think the whole idea of this revolution is based on going back to national heritage of Iranians, and I do understand that sometimes we get worried and stressed out because of lefties, liberals, and I think they cannot win this game. This is not 10 years ago in Green Movement or like 4 years ago. And I do, since I live in Canada, I just want to say something about Justin Trudeau. Anything comes from liberals and left wings, you should be suspicious of. It doesn't come from. Give you an example. The first rally in Toronto, 50,000 people come out. This Esmailov. There is somebody in Persian rooms call him Hamid Esmailov. And who was the person standing by the people? It was Pierre, the conservative leader. And the very next, I think it was 2 weeks or a week after, Justin Trudeau came out, not because of supporting Iranian people. He was just competing with Pierre. That's a different story. You cannot do not trust the snake. That it is in last 105 days who were shy to put IRGC on terrorist list. I'll just give you a comparison. Stephen Harper shut down the Iranian embassy, kicked them out in like 48 hours just because of killing one Iranian Canadian. Just one Iranian Canadian reporter. Justin Trudeau, the pig, waited for like more than three years, and he is still hesitant to put IRGC on terrorist list. That's the difference. And this is I mean, this is a huge difference. We shouldn't just put this aside and say, this is a huge difference. However, I do believe that sometimes we worry too much, and there is nothing that can stand in.
Yeah, Pirouz, I want to clarify something when it comes to like the liberals. No, I don't think anybody. Honestly, I think if you're supporting Justin Trudeau, like I don't know what you're doing specifically. What really irks me, what really bothered me a lot when it came to Justin Trudeau is when it came to what he did with the IRGC. That was much more offensive than if he had done nothing in a lot of ways. Because what he did when it came to listing the IRGC is he never listed the IRGC as a terrorist organization under criminal code in Canada. Okay, but he passed it off as that. So what he really did was he saw that Iranians were suffering. He saw that Iranians were in pain. And he used us for his own political gain. So he sold us and I remember seeing all of these Iranians on my Twitter, and they were all like, yay, Justin Trudeau, we told you, Justin Trudeau, he cares. And what he really did was much more fucked up than if he would have just done nothing. Because what he did is he saw a bunch of Iranians that were suffering, and he took our pain and suffering and he converted that to political gain. And he never even did what we asked him to, though. So you guys, when you see people like this, a lot of you guys give him fake praise anyways. I saw a lot of Iranians do this, and after we told them that this was just a symbolic thing, they still didn't want to walk it back, and they were like, oh, well, it's better than nothing. No, because when these politicians get used to you guys just celebrating their wins, this is just always going to happen. That's why whenever it happened in the UK, I was like this. I've told everybody we shouldn't celebrate until we know it's the real deal, because you guys let politicians get away with using you guys. You guys cry. You guys say Iran this, Iran that. They used you guys for political support, and you let them do that. We shouldn't let them get away with this stuff. That's fucked up. So I agree with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry,
I just want to give you another example of this. I'm sorry for my language, for this shit show that these liberals usually put on. There were some Syrian Canadians and some Somalian Canadians at the time of ISIS. When they were killing and beheading people in Syria, they went to Syria. They burned they were citizens of Canada. They were Canadian citizens. They went to Syria, they burned their passports, and they said, Viva ISIS, Viva Daesh, or whatever, and we are not going to come back. And 6-7 months after that, they realized, we should have made this mistake. They were trying to come back, and the Conservative Party was pushing for, they are not entitled to Canadian citizenship. You know what Justin Trudeau said? A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. I'm sorry, fuck you. No, an ISIS Canadian shouldn't come back to Canada, period.
Right, I agree. Thank you, Peters. Okay, guys, I got to get to somebody. Daniel, I see you, Daniel, but you know our rule. We got to get to, if someone's inside of Iran, we're going to give him a crack at it. But I have a feeling Daniel's going to want to piggyback on what I said about Justin Trudeau 100%, so we'll let him do that in a second. Okay, SPX, go ahead. You're inside. Brown.
درود بر شما سلمان جان، میتونی معنا کنی بالا میسر اگر لطف کنی ممنون میشم.
I do my best.
اره درود بر تو سلمان جان. اعوذ با شیطان من رهبر حرامزاده جمهوری اسحالی. عزیزم ما انگلیسی بلد نیستم ولی عذرخواهی میکنم. خواستم بگم که ما داخل ایران هستیم و اینکه انقلاب ما پیروز میشه، جمهوری اسلامی با خاک یکسان میشه و اینکه دونه بدونه میخوای بگی خب باشه بگو.
This bro started his speech with shaming the Khamenei, and he used bastard for Khamenei, which I second him. So he said that I'm talking from inside Iran, and I hope that I'm sure that our revolution gonna win. ادامه بدیم.
و اینکه ما داخل ایران با تنها صدایی که میتونیم اعتماد کنیم صدای شاهزاده رضا پهلوی، رضا شاه دوم هست و تمامی عزیزانی که میخوام
And the only voice that we, the people from inside Iran, can trust on him is the Shahzadeh Pahlavi. And he called Reza Pahlavi as a second Reza Shah. ادامه بده.
و اینکه میخوام بگم بالا میسته بگو که ما پیروز هستیم و از تمام عزیزانی که برای این انقلاب ما حمایت میکنن و ما را کمک میکنن داخل ایران ازشون تشکر میکنم. ممنونم که با من مایک دادید.
We're gonna win, and I appreciate all the people that help our revolution, and thank you for giving me the mic.
Yeah, that was a hell of an accent. I'll say that much. Daniel, go ahead. Yeah, I always love when Iranians inside of Iran speak. Daniel, go ahead. You wanted to piggyback off. I was shitting on Justin Trudeau, so I probably want to continue that.
Which is my national pastime. I mean, the key to my heart is shitting on Justin Trudeau, also shitting on the JCPOA, making fun of Noam Chomsky, ranting about Mossadegh, all these things I love. Wicked first date material. If you're looking to catch a woman, or woman you're looking to catch a me, that's how you do it. I just want to say, tomorrow night and every Wednesday night, I run a space on General Iran Talk. I put the link up in the nest above. You're all invited, and I like to keep them pretty general, so you can talk about whatever you want to talk about, and onboard new people, veteran people can talk, yada yada yada. So I hope to see you all tomorrow night. And to what Xerxes is saying, Yeah, the thing with Justin Trudeau is you got to be very careful with politicians. It's one thing we should absolutely support politicians who do the right thing. I will put out a tweet praising Justin Trudeau if he puts the IRGC on the terrorist list. It will be a better late than never, but still, it would be, if he does the right thing, I give him credit. But what he did, and what Xerxes alluded to, was not the right thing. It was using the Immigrant and Refugee Protection Act to basically put a fancy travel ban on people who are already under travel ban. So right now in Canada, if you're an IRGC member, you are not allowed to put a name tag on, hop on an airplane with a bag full of cash and launder money in cash, like with a dollar bag sign on it, to a business. Well, that was already illegal, right? So, and no one does it that way. All you need to do is create a fake dummy account and use a fake name, and you can launder money, under this new thing. It's a joke. The Immigrant and Refugee Protection Act doesn't have teeth internationally. So it's a act put on a foreign organization that only affects domestic policy. Nonsense, right? So this is a clever, I'll be blunt, it's a fuck you to the Iranian people. It's a fuck you, you stupid idiots. I'm smarter than you. That's what it was. It was a clever move saying, I want to support the regime, but I don't want to look like I'm supporting the regime. And the only reason he did this is because of the display of power of the Iranian people, 50,000 in Richmond Hill, which is the GTA, Greater Toronto Area. The suburbs are swing ridings in Canada. Our elections are decided in the suburbs. It's not like the American where it's state by state. It's, riding by riding. So the suburbs of Toronto, Vancouver, Ottawa, Montreal, all very, very important. They're the purple ones. Rural and urbans, it's classic split. It's the suburbs that conservatives and liberals fight over. And in Canada, the Iranian diaspora has a lot of power because a lot of them live in the suburbs where things are decided during the election. So it was Trudeau realizing that you guys actually have power and you guys can use it. And this is where I defer then to, you call him Uncle Salman. We graduate him to Sergeant Salman, Sergeant of the Revolution. He doesn't want to take the officer commission, but he doesn't have a choice. What Salman does in the rallies of 50,000 people are great. 50,000 people saying women, life, freedom, women, life, freedom, women, life, freedom, say her name, say her name, say her name, women, life, freedom, are vastly different than rallies that say, put the IRGC on the terrorist list. No to the Islamic Republic. We want Magnitsky sanctions. Like Salman, when Salman has rallied every weekend, every Saturday, even if it's freezing cold, the wind is 100 kilometers an hour, there's still a hardcore group of 50 people out there. I've seen thousands of people out there. Salman and every rally at Mel Lastman Square says, this is what we want. IRGC, Magnitsky sanctions. And Salman has gotten ministers of the Ontario Parliament, shadow ministers of the Conservative Party. Melissa Lantsman, the second highest ranking member of the Federal Conservative Party, was at this rally, made a speech and went viral. And then because she was on video, they're like double down. She's the first political leader to outright call and say the phrase regime change and then defended it on the CBC. And this is the power of a good rally versus a women, life, freedom, say her name, say her name, say her name, say her name, right? I guess we could call it a Beyonce rally. Say my name, say my name. That's the difference. And listen, it's great that 50,000 people are out there. Great that you bring your kids. But at some point, you need to get a bit more radical. And when rallies, Salman has a great banner. He always takes a banner, and him and these great activists and monarchists paid for a banner that says, list the IRGC as a terrorist entity, and they put it up front and they march. So Toronto rallies are good. No one is confused about what we're asking for in Toronto, and these rallies are so much more powerful than ambiguous rallies, because when you just have a hominous million say my name thing. Justin Trudeau went up and made a speech here and said, I'm going to do all these things. Canada's not going to be a safe haven. We're going to fight. We're going to do this. And then did none of it, right? He was just allowed to get up there, say nothing, and march, and then do nothing. So a very important part of holding governments accountable is it's great to have massive rallies. It's great to bring out 50,000 people, 100,000 people, 200,000 people. But there's another level of when you have 50,000 people, you got to say something. You got to advocate for something. You got to push. You got to push for a policy position. You got to bully politicians into doing what you want. Because if you just say women life, freedom, everyone agrees. We all think women are great. Freedom is good. Everyone should be allowed to live. There's no controversy here, right? Anyone can say that. And it's a great onboarding tactic. But it has to be, if you want to chant women life, freedom, well, then you also have to list the IRGC. And you have to put Magnitsky sanctions on the supreme leader and his cadre of villains, right? This has to be the ask. And it's very important. So thanks for letting me talk. And now Uncle Salman's been promoted to Sergeant Salman.
Okay. So Ghazal, thank you for coming to this space. And I'm just asking a question. You think that designating IRGC in the terrorist group is a petty thing that we are fighting over it?
No, absolutely not. The petty things were the no, absolutely
exactly.
not.
Thank you, Ghazal.
No.
Zarek, you said about Justin Trudeau. Okay, I'm asking you when you have some controversy with your previous talking point. So, what shall we do with those groups who are advocating for Justin Trudeau? Yeah.
So
should we unity with them? What shall we do with those groups that proudly supported Justin Trudeau with their own vote? This is available on their Facebook, on their website, on their Twitter. This is not something that I'm saying. With the simple search, you can go and see that. What should we do with those groups that preventing IRGC to be in the list? Should we go and unity with them? Do we need that unity? No. This is not about.
Let me answer it.
Yeah.
So I'll give you my answer. So I'll use an example. For example, in America. So the same way could go for America. If you voted for Joe Biden, should we have unity with these people? Well, you might say no.
No. I am not. So? No. Don't put word on my mouth. I didn't say that voting.
Okay.
I didn't say that voting. Okay. I choose my word very smart. Okay. I said that if 2 months ago you prevent that Justin Trudeau designate IRGC in the list, if 2 months ago, when Justin Trudeau was in the corner under the pressure of over 50,000 Iranian in all, just in Toronto, in Vancouver, Montreal, Ottawa, many cities across the Canada, and the leader of the opposition 4 times put Justin Trudeau in the corner, and if you cash your credibility instead of in favor of Iranian people, instead of against IRGC, in favor of Justin Trudeau. I'm not talking about voting to Justin Trudeau. I have many friends that voted to Justin Trudeau and still they are in the same page with me against IRGC, and they are demanding to IRGC be in the list. But for example, in US, you voted for Biden, you were against Trump, I don't care. If still, instead of saying that Mr. Joe Biden, I don't call Joe Biden president, by the way, Mr. Joe Biden, stop negotiating with mullahs. Don't recognize them. They are like Taliban. Instead of saying that, you say that, Mr. Joe Biden, please stop the negotiation unless there is a violence. It has been violence over 43 years in Iran. You see the language?
Listen. Yeah, I know. I'm confused on if there's like a question there, but generally speaking, Salah, my answer is always going to be that when it comes to like politics, I never voted for a Joe Biden. I voted for Donald Trump in the last election. Okay, I voted conservative for like actually I used to be way more liberal. That's kind of how it goes when you're growing up. I was in high school more liberal, then you turn conservative. I think that's like for every person in his early 20s. But when it comes to Iran, yeah, you know what? I've heard you say this in the space before, Salman, and this is why I kind of take the opposite approach. You said that if it's just you, you don't mind standing on an island by yourself. You'll stand by your morals even if it's just you. And that person's going to get beat by the Islamic Republic. I don't want to be that person. I want to stand by certain principles.
It's not
I'm going to
just
stand
me.
by.
Your problem is that Daniel knows, many friends know that. Ghazal knows that. We are in touch on
Yeah, but Salman,
hourly basis,
let me
daily
answer. No,
basis with
Salman,
Iran.
you asked me a
Let me
question. Let me answer it.
explain. Navid Afkari.
Go ahead.
Navid Afkari, Ibrahim Kitabdar, Majid Reza Ranavad, all of them. We have the people of Iran. We do not need lefty. Lefty is a lefty is a lefty. The left was never right. They brought up this fucking regime in my country.
What about Democrats? What about Democrats, Salman?
Would you ever by lefty? Democrats
See,
is,
this is
let me say that Donald Trump has a famous quote that difference is not friends anymore. Okay, Democrats are not Democrat anymore.
See, this is my problem. See, so let me explain.
Democrats are a bunch of lefty feminists brainwashed. Ilhan Omar is a Democrat. AOC.
Okay, Salman, I understand. Listen, Salman, you don't have to tell me this stuff. I was never one of these people. I voted against these people. But when it comes to Iran,
I'm gonna bother you. I'm gonna call you right now. I'm gonna call you right now.
Well, listen. Okay, that's fine. You know, Salman actually he called me. I'm a supporter of Nufti. I don't know if you guys ever. He called Nufti Nayak 2.0. So I have a big problem with. So he called Nufti Nayak 2.0. So I have a problem with that. Just because they work with Democrats, but that's a bipartisan organization that Shahzadeh himself supports, and they're bipartisan because that's how you win. They want to win. They don't care about owning the liberals. I don't like liberals a lot of times. I don't like leftists. I want to win. I'm tired of losing. If I have to shake some hands with some people that I disagree with politically, even though they did some shit in the past, I don't care. I want to beat these mullahs. These mullahs torture our families. They make us starve. And you're going to say, well, their policies, the leftists put them in power. Well, if the leftists are willing to change and let us win, I'm so sick of it. I don't care. I think the Iranians, if you ask them in Iran, they would allow us to partner with whoever so long as we get them out of this hell that they're living in. They don't care to own the liberals anymore.
Zarex, it's not about lefty and right. Don't put word on my mouth. 10,000 times. I prefer to hold a hand and shake a hand with the guys like Majid Reza Rahnavard rather than the dirty hands of Justin Trudeau, who shook hands with Jawad Zarif.
No, we don't want to partner with the
No. Let me say something.
Okay, that's
Do you accept that IRGC must be in the lease?
Yeah, why are you even asking me?
Do you accept? I'm not gonna. Don't take it personal. I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna say that you have some controversy in your opinion. Do you accept that Biden's regime, if they are really mean that what they said, we stand with Iranian women, do you accept that they should stop negotiation right now and they don't negotiate with Mullah at all? Yes or no?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't care who vote for you or who vote liberal, who vote Republican, who vote Democrat.
That's your problem.
We do not need no. We do not need unity with those that still right now in the 3rd of January, in 4th of January, they are lobbying for liberals. You believe lefty and liberals?
Someone, you gotta let me talk. Someone, you can't just talk this whole time. You can't just talk the whole time. Okay, so let me talk. It's not. I don't give a shit about the politicians. It's not about them. It's about the people who may have voted for them. Okay, so stop saying Justin Trudeau and Joe Biden. It's the people who may have voted for them. If you had voted for Justin Trudeau or Joe Biden in the past, and you want to be on our side, and you said you made a mistake, I will let you in. If another Iranian doesn't want to do that, maybe he
If
doesn't
you
want to
said
win
you
bad
did a
enough.
mistake, yes. If you confess that you did a
Yeah.
mistake,
Well,
that's a
so guess
big
what? So
if.
this is
That's a
what
big
it's
if.
going to be. This is what it's going to be. If you understand that the JCPOA, the decisions in the past were a mistake, you want to unite, we're going to let you in. Because guess what? Some Iranians hate these mullahs so badly, and we want to win, and we're tired of being losers. Losing. 43 years losers. We want to win. Okay, so it's our time to win. If you voted for liberals and you're ready to take that back and vote and work for us, even if you still vote for liberals, you want to figure out a way to make this work. We're tired of losing. We're going to start winning, and we're going to stop divisive policies that brought us here, where I'm on one side, you're on one side. Iranians don't give a shit. I talked to my family in Iran. If they figured out that we were going at odds with people because of how they voted in the past or how they might vote now, they would slap me in the face, because every day their life gets harder. And I'm sitting over here trying to debate if I should unite with somebody who voted for Joe Biden. I don't really give a shit about it anymore. I'm tired of losing. I'm tired of my family being tortured inside of Iran. So yeah, I'm ready to put everything aside, old beefs. I don't really care. Let's get to
With
some other people.
unity with
No, let's get to
lefty,
other
you're
people.
gonna lose again. With unity with lefty, you're
Yeah,
gonna
you've
lose
lost
again.
the game. Yeah, you've been losing the game for 43 years. But let's go to some
Yes,
other
because we
people.
had a unity with lefty.
No, we
Exactly.
never
Because
had
for
unity with
43 years,
lefty.
we had a unity with lefty. This is the
I never.
only revolution that's pure nationalistic and patriotic.
I agree with you. But guess what? We can bring other people in. And by the way, I wonder what Shahzadeh would say about this too. I don't think he cares about the lefty versus righty. He talks to his own supporters for us to stop doing this shit anyways. So I'm going to listen to him. Some people, they're monarchists, but when it comes to follow Shahzadeh as a Pahlavi, you don't want to be a monarchist anymore. You want to go your own route. I'm not going to go my own route. Let's go talk to some other people. Okay, I want to go to Antarctica. Go ahead.
Hey everyone. Sorry, I'll just be very quick because I want to get in my car and get home. Firstly, the suggestion, I thought that probably going back in time a little bit is not going to help us. I like to read a statement in Farsi that I saw on the 100th day. It was put out by someone, but it was very anonymous sort of a account on Instagram and on Twitter, and I thought it really hit the nail for me. I try to repeat that to myself. So it goes for 3 words, 3 sentences. قریبی که نامدار شد، نامی که رمز شد. I like this last sentence. ملتی که بیدار شد. So just remind yourself that none of us are the people that we were before these 100 days. We have all changed. And for me, personally, I look at these people from the minor ones that you might think they're minor, from Nazanin Noor to Nazanin Bunyadi to Masih Alinejad to Ismaili Pour. I do see that there are some issues here and there. I do. Don't get me wrong, I do. But what the messages that I am getting is all unanimous and in line with what Shahzadeh is saying. And that is to get rid of this regime. And I want them gone. And for me, that is important now. Just like Xerxes, I just want to see the end of this regime. I just want it gone. It needs to be... It needs to go. Just remind yourself repeatedly that none of us were these people. The names we have learned, the people we have come to know, people that they were fighting inside Iran for 43 years. How many of us have been woken with the names we never knew? How many of us found each other? I think this is a fantastic achievement for us, to be honest. So I think it should be celebrated in a sense. The other thing that I like to bring, look, whether we like it or not, we're going to deal with Biden administration for another 2 years. Whether we like it or not, Justin Trudeau is at least at the moment, is in power. Whether we like it or not, Macron is still sitting in France. So we have to find a way to get through to the lefties. That is unfortunately the reality that we are dealing with. Yes, I would have loved to see, I personally believe, yes, if Trump was in power, we would have advanced in this revolution far, far quicker. Much quicker than what has happened now, but unfortunately that is not the case really. So we have been given a different hand, but it is a hand that we have to deal with it. It is the hand that we have to find a way. We have to find the correct wording. We have to find how to approach it. We just can't say we can't deal with it. Just wipe out the lefties and just let's wait for another 2 years that Trump comes in power and then let's see what we can do. It can't happen. Really cannot happen. I like another saying. I know he is a very divisive figure in a sense, but he again got a very good sentence in a sense. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. That's from, oh my God, I forgot his name. Come on. He is the African American. Oh my God.
Obama.
Ilhan Omar.
Wait, Bahar, did you actually know that, or did you just? Jesus. Okay, well, let's go. The African
I think
American.
she's talking about MLK.
Civil rights movement activists.
I think she's talking about MLK.
No, not MLK. Not Malcolm.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about the Congresswoman?
No, can I just say it? Can I just say? Can I just say?
Martin Luther
King Jr. Yeah, that's him. That's exactly him. Martin Luther King.
Yeah, that's MLK.
Yeah.
That's MLK.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah. But what I wanted to say, it is, look, for us, the 7 point, it does hit a little bit because can you hear me? I just don't know if I lost it for a second or not.
Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah, okay. Look, freedom doesn't come easy, and we have to get that line, and we got to keep pulling. We got to keep bending it. It is bending. Yes, with the lefties in power, it is going to take a bit longer. It is going to take more, not longer, more persisting, more pestering. That's what it needs. Now, I love these spaces, but I think in a sense we have to sit here and find a way, maybe make it in a sense, how can we move forward? Set a goal for ourselves, come up with ideas. We are all sitting outside Iran. We don't have the pressures that the Iranians are facing inside Iran. We really can set goals for ourselves. We really can, I don't know, I do see in some of the Iranian spaces, they sit at night time, they talk about, okay, what do we do with the next call out? What's the opinion? What do you do? Come out with ideas. Okay, look, at the moment, we know France has got a massive hand playing out in Europe. We really do see that. However, probably we don't have I would have liked in sense of just the crowd size I'm talking about. I'm not talking about who spoke or what happened in Berlin. I'm just talking about crowd size. I would like to see that size in front of the Elysee Palace, in front of Emmanuel Macron, because I think that will be the push that he needs to do it. I would like to see that happening in front of 10 Downing Street in London. And I think we can pull it off if we just stop going back from these 100 days and we just go a bit forward. We just plan a little bit better. And we can do that. I hope we can do that, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So real quick before I go to Daniel, somebody said that, Xerxes versus Salman, it's like King Kong versus Godzilla. Guys, me and Salman. I love Salman. This is like my uncle. This is what we're talking about. This is the point of these kind of discussions. We're going to go back and forth. We're going to figure it out. This is healthy. We've done this before, and this is what democracy is all about. And I think we're all going to learn from each other just by talking like this. So we're not fighting. We're good friends, and I admire Salman. I never know anybody that goes out there with that much dedication and passion. He does a lot more work than I do. So it's not like that at all. We're friends. This is just what it looks like whenever you're actually trying to build a healthy society. You talk, you hash it out, we move forward. Daniel, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I want to answer I think Antarctic Glider, our based Australian friend, brings up some very good points. Is like, what do we need to do to focus this to help to get in? And the way I like to think of this is the people of Iran are, it's a different fight than what we have here. And they are fighting the Islamic Republic. And right now it's a game of resources and draining the regime dry of resources to bring about their collapse. I mean, we would love it if they had guns and could take out the Basijis and the army would flip and blah, 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 blah. But the population's been disarmed. So the way they are fighting is strikes and protesting every day, trying to strain the resources of the regime. You're seeing the resource crunch in, Hezbollah, Hamas. Their foreign terrorist goals are becoming a bit onerous, and they're having a hard time financing Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, the Houthis, and all of that. So what can we do to exacerbate this resource crunch is a question I think we should be asking ourselves. And there's many different things we can do. if you're in a country that has not designated the IRGC as a terrorist entity, that is a very important thing, the entirety. They control 70% of the economy, so having them on the terrorist list makes it a lot harder for companies to do business with regime-linked companies in Iran, which will reduce the amount of resources that go into the country. Any type of sanctions is good, right? You know, Salman and I agree. When people start saying, oh, I don't support blanket sanctions, I want targeted sanctions or whatever, not maximum super sanctions. I want super blanket sanctions, right? You know, I want, you know, extra big blanket sanctions, like double padded, anything, Magnitsky on the leader, right? Anything that exacerbates the resource crunch, because you know, we highlighted the people. Oh, the people don't want sanctions, says Mr. Nayak. Well, they're currently striking and they're trying to self-sanction themselves. And this is incredible long-term sacrifice and bravery from the people. And we have to honor that and help them. And if, right, they're self-sanctioning. So we need to help our, you know, countries sanction more people, and not like mid-level former staffers to the provincial government like the Canadian government is trying to do, like Khomeini, you know, IRGC chiefs, people in the government right now, Magnitsky sanctions, the judges, like get a list. I want everyone sanctioned. So this is another thing we can be doing. And there's also value to destroying their propaganda outlets, right? Breaking down NIAC and the Quincy Institute, both very laudable goals. The fact that their foreign investments are collapsing, you know, not just their terrorist investments, but their propaganda outlets. This is another thing that will exacerbate the resource crunch, because if they have to reform NIAC in some way, again, this is an expensive thing to do in a time. And listen, if they're going to spend $1 billion trying to up their foreign propaganda game, well, that's $1 billion they can't spend on Hezbollah, or it's $1 billion they can't spend on a domestic police force to corral the crowd. It's, you know, $1 billion that they can't spend to have nighttime patrols to look for children and teenagers to arrest and murder and all these different things. And it exacerbates this problem they have. So it also brings momentum, right? When people are forced to disown NIAC, it shows, right? It shows that, hey, this propaganda outlet exists. There are bad actors. It stacks momentum. It gives the people a victory to look to. And I think stacking victories is important, right? Our great victory, hopefully our next big victory, is the UK putting the IGC on the list. If you're in Germany, England, or France, getting the snapback sanctions to officially put the JCPOA dead, gone, right? It's over, dustbin of history, like institute the snapback sanctions, which would really, you know, hurt the regime, hurt the Russians too. There's a lot of different ways you can advocate for this. So and again, I think these spaces are great. I run one every week now to keep up the momentum. Momentum is important. Keeping, you know, the momentum is good because it helps us influence politicians, because they see it as an issue they can gain more votes on, right? But if we want to really focus it, try and think like, okay, how can I make the limited resources of the Islamic Republic even more limited? And IRGC is a great one. Terrorist list. If your country doesn't have that, do it. And if it's not, and if you have that, great. The next step would be Magnitsky sanctions. Like, is Khomeini sanctioned? Is the Quds Force sanctioned? Like, there's always more sanctions you can throw on these terrorists. And you know what? If your country does everything you want, sanctions everyone, goes full on, expels the diplomats, you know, declares NIAC a terrorist organization, great. Sit back, smoke a cigar, and make fun of Canada. But I think there's always good work to be done.
Right. Thank you for that. Really quickly, Salman, I have a question for you. As it relates to inside of Iran, what would you like to see? You know, we're past 100 days. Is there any specific thing you're looking for inside of Iran that you would like to see, like take place with kids inside of Iran? Or I don't like using the word. We really should get other sectors of society, but for now, let's just say, you know, the revolutionaries. What do you think, Salman? Go ahead.
Is the question for me?
Yeah, for you.
A few days ago, I said to CBN that the revolution inside Iran is a unique and phenomenon. believe me, the people of Iran, the moment that they understand lefty feminist brainwashed by CNN, so pro Biden's, pro Trudeau, they are trying to hijack the revolution by saying that this is a female revolution, women life freedom, women life freedom, women life freedom for 2 hours. They added man homeland prosperity, Mad Mihan Azad. The moment that the people understand that the regime, or again some lefty trying to create a division between who believes to Islam, who doesn't believe to Islam, people inside the Iran, they chant that چه بی hijab, چه با hijab, پیش به سوی انقلاب. Without hijab, with hijab, we go to the revolution. And day by day, people understand that they should defend themselves. And day by day, people understand that not just only they should defend themselves, but only they should use some preventive attack, and they are doing that. We see that in some cities where people are doing their best. So yes, the brutal regime, they arrested over 18,000, 19,000. They kill over 600. So it takes time and some recovery for the networks, for the kids in the streets. So they are doing amazing job. And the moment that they understand that some lefty group, they are trying to hijack the revolution in the name of unity, they brought up lion and sun flag in the street, on the bridge. And people are in Iran, they are phenomenal. We have some problem outside of the country, and people, they said that down with regressive, I don't want to use the word revolution. Somebody help me with the word for Shuresh. People say that down with the revolution 1979, مرگ بر شورش 57. Still outside of the Iran, we need to be unity with those who praise the 1979 revolution. This is the problem that I'm talking, you know, that the family member of the Kian, the family member of Majid Reza Rahnavard, Hamid Reza Ruhi, those brave souls, all of them are, they speak patriotically, nationalistically, in favor of Iran, in favor of our value. And outside of the country, we are caving to the lefty part. Fortunately, I am not one of those that who cave. And yeah, we have a problem outside of the country. Inside the country, just we need to send them support and money, and we need to send them some, I don't know, a Starlink, smuggle some Starlink inside Iran. The people of Iran, they are doing their best. And honestly, in Toronto, in a safe city, I am not at the spot that advise them to do anything. Just I know my duty that I should not cave to lefty even 1 inch.
Thank you, Salman. Okay, I want to go to River. Guys, I'm going to close this space up. It's getting very late for me, but I want to get through a couple of these hands. Riverside, Kitty, go ahead. Good to see you in here. Yeah, I saw you in
Thank
here.
you.
Yeah, a while back, but it's good to see you back here.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
thanks. Daniel, I've been trying to find, or you may know, Xerxes, a list of which countries have declared the IRGC as terrorists. You know,
the U.S. and the UK. I think those are the only two formally.
They're the only two?
The Dutch are working on it too, and the Germans want, but the EU, they have to do, the Europeans have to do it as like a whole. The UK Brexit makes it a bit different, so the UK can just do it. But they're like, the Germans and the Dutch are trying to push the EU to do it, but France is the big holdup there.
So that's it.
Yeah, so it's just the US hasn't, but the thing is formally designated as an FTO under criminal code. The US has it. Canada failed us. UK looks like they're, that's happening in the UK. Yeah, so just those two for now, and then we'll see.
Thank you. Just want to know who we have to get on their asses. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate your effort and caring about this revolution. I know you came in here. I think you kind of saw how passionate we were all about it, and you kind of jumped aboard too. So now it's your revolution too. So I appreciate you jumping aboard and being an ally. With that being said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and actually, Raghu, go ahead. I see your hand. I want to get you. Go ahead and speak, and then I'm going to close it out. Go ahead.
Just 4 days ago, I posted one short video, 34 seconds, on my IG. I have only under 2,000 followers. But this video got more than 150,000 viewers on 4 days, and mostly the young people. I talk in Farsi, very simple language, and I say to overcome the storm, the revolution needs an experienced captain and not an inexperienced and novice sailor. And I see how the people responded. I support Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, and I do in my way to promote him. And the important it is for the people to talk to their language they can understand. I go put one next video talking Persian, but is secular. Because the things there is, the people they need to know. Everybody is not intellectual. We need to talk them with very simple language they can understand. That is very, very important. And thank you for the mic.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Guys, really quickly, if you haven't already, my co-host Daniel here, he has great spaces he does every Wednesday, so please go click on his reminder. He's going to do the same time I kind of started this one. I think it's going to be 9 EST. So guys, just go there, show support, be there. Daniel's been a tremendous ally, and they're really great spaces. I'm always there. Go give Salman a follow. He's a great ally. He's always on the streets. He's doing way more than I'm doing. So maybe I'll catch up, do some more activism out here in real life. I always piggyback when I see some, but maybe I'll try to do my own. But yeah, go follow the people you've enjoyed. And, maybe I'll try to do, some maybe once every couple weeks or something like that when stuff comes up. But, it's good seeing everybody here. Raha, I was going to end it out, and Khaled Raha, she puts up her hand. So go ahead, Khaled. Go ahead.
Hi, I just got home so I could sleep less, talk less, half an hour. And that's why I raised my hand so late. I just wanted to say, Saman and Xerxes, when you mentioned about about Nufti, I am with Xerxes because if you listen to Shahzade's last conversation and last event in Los Angeles, he actually was supporting Nufti right at the end of the 1 hour and 25 minutes. He mentions Nufti and he wanted to fundraise for this organization. So we have to pay attention to this one. And other things made me think about it, that we Iranians, we have lots of clips that Shahzadeh has done interviews 2010, 2009, and many years before with some TV stations that have interviews. If we can just share some like his 1 minute or 2 minute interviews, it would be good for us, like the new generation who didn't know about it, or who, any non-Iranian listener that would hear him speak and what his mindset and what he wants for Iran, for free Iran, for future of Iran and Iranians. The third point, I'm so sleepy, I forgot about it. I'll talk to you. I'll probably remember it tomorrow night. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah,
I was visitors and they overfed me. I have food coma.
It's okay. Yeah, I love Nufti. Growing up, we never had a Nufti. We only had Nayak, and like everybody around me, they just fell for their tricks. I think that's just what you did. There was no Iranian American organization that you could trust. I think Nufti is that one. Shahzadeh, he's a big supporter of it, clearly, and we need organizations that we can funnel our voices to that are just going to be a behemoth that's going to combat and destroy I mean, we're already seeing him. Who here saw that debate between Kamran and Jamal Abdi? I mean, Kamran absolutely destroyed this guy. We never had this. It was always just one-sided. Now we have these guys. We need to fund them, I think. We need to support them. These guys are good. The Crown Prince supports them. Any Iranian American with any good sense thinks that they're on the right side. And they're bipartisan. They're going to do whatever it takes to win. We're going to do whatever it takes to win. So that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. So I don't have a link here, but if anyone wants to send
May I say one thing?
I'm very afraid, but go ahead.
Okay, Zarek, you know that I'm not afraid of sharing my idea. Okay, so I criticize Nufti publicly and privately. Some of my friends, they are working with Nuftis, but I never call them Nayak too. I see some appeasement element in Nufti. Okay. And second things, Raha and the other friends, King, Shahzadeh, or being monarchist is not like being a Basiji member or being like Velayat Faqih. King is king, Shah is Shah, and we are the soldier, okay? King is not Khamenei. Reza Pahlavi several times said that, don't follow me like sheep, okay? I'm quoting his word, okay? So, many times, Shahzadeh believes to some socialist value. I am a libertarian. I think that big government is a sucks. Big government sucks. Okay, I think that taxation is not a good thing. Maybe Shahzadeh has another idea. It doesn't mean that I should follow Shahzadeh. Yes,
okay.
Honestly, if you think that Shahzadeh is like Khamenei and you should follow whatever he said, you don't know the value of Iranian history. Always my dad said that. If you are friend with someone, criticize him or criticize her. Because we want an improvement. Again, is the quote and example of RP. He said several times that in the chess of the politics, Shah or king doesn't move a lot or doesn't move at all. Shah حرکت نمیکنه. King doesn't move a lot. And soldier should be in front of the Shah. You're gonna use Shahzadeh as a shield, whatever Shahzadeh said that is right? No. I'm gonna play
Actually,
the soldier for Iran.
when I refer to him as
No,
because a lot of
just
people
one
say they
sentence
don't
you
know what
said.
he's
Guys, I
doing.
gotta.
Raha, one sentence. I know my role. My role is that outside of the Iran, in Canada, I should advocate for enlisting IRGC for putting Khamenei under the Magnitsky list. Okay? If RP has another role, I have another role.
Okay.
My role is being a soldier. That's it. Soldier,
Thank you.
move in front of the Shah.
Thank you for that, Salman. Yeah, guys. Like I said, set a reminder. Go to Daniel's space tomorrow. I'm definitely gonna be there. And yeah, guys, I'm glad you joined. Maybe we can do this again some other time. Good night. I gotta go to sleep. It was nice talking to y'all.